Good morning and welcome back live to poolside here at Ponds Forge for the BUCS Long Course Swimming Championships 2019. It's the final day here at Ponds Forge, day number 3. Plenty of action from Friday evening all through Saturday. Some wonderful finals last night. We've got more of the same today. Beginning at 9 a.m, the action starts. We'll start with the women's 200 metre butterfly. This session will be predominantly heats right through to the men's and women's 400 metre freestyles, where we'll have heat declared winners. And everybody in these heats fighting for their places in those finals in session 6, beginning at 2:30 approximately this afternoon. That's where we'll dish out all of our gold, silver and bronzes for the remainder of the championship. But again, coming up at 9 a.m, let's have a little video from one of your partners, Camp America. So don't forget, if you want to get involved on the web chat or on Twitter, you can use the hashtag BUCS Nationals, or on the live stream, you've got a chat box just to the right-hand side of the video screen. Leave us some messages of support for loved ones, team members. Get involved. This is also the 100th year of BUCS sport, so the centenary year of university sport in Britain. So a fantastic year, and hopefully we'll have a fantastic day of action coming up. We're beginning with session 5 at 9 a.m. Stay with us. So good morning once again. If you are just joining us, we're live poolside here at Ponsford International Sports Centre for the BUCS Long Course Championships 2019. This is the third and final day, 2 sessions to bring you today. We're going to start with session 5 in about a minute or so with the women's butterfly events. And then this afternoon from 2:30 p.m. onwards, all of our finals from session 6, and that's when our final loss of gold, silver and bronze medals will be distributed. So most definitely hang around all day with us. We're going to be here all day. Get involved on the chat box next to the stream. We're of course the BUCS Nationals hashtag on Twitter. Again, beginning the session with event number 501, the women's 200 metre butterfly heat number mixed classification. In heat number 1, from lane 3, Lucy Thornton, King's College, Kiana McInnes Sterling, and her teammate Madge Howardson in 5. So first heat of the first event of the day, event number 501, mixed classification, 200 metre butterfly. Fastest coming in, a 2:10.49, Kiana McInnes of Sterling. 2:13, the teammate Madge Howardson. And then King's College's Lucy Thornton, 2:16.42. So there's going to see 3 heats in this one. Then we'll see 3 heats in the men's equivalent race, 200 metre butterfly. Before we move on to the women's 100 metre free and then the men's. And then some breaststroke. And the session's going to finish with the women's and men's 400 metre freestyles, with heat declared winners in the final heat. So we're also going to see some medals won at the end of this session. Session 5. Session 6 is the big one. So Kiana McInnes coming down the centre in lane number 4 here in heat number 1. So she'll be outside her entry time of 2:10. And the winning time in heat 1, 2:14.91. Teammate Thornton, from King's College, Thornton 2:17, and McInnes' teammate is Howardson on the far side for 2:26.87 to round out heat number 1. On to heat number 2. From this near side, Lucy Galopper, King's College, Ailey McGregor Leeds, Tara Howarth Edinburgh, Ruth McEwen Leeds Beckett, Charlotte Atkinson Loughborough, Emma Day Manchester Metropolitan, Kate Mills Loughborough, Rosie Foden Bath, Helen St John Moss Southampton, and Katie Maloney Lincoln. So Charlotte Atkinson, lane 4 of Loughborough, 2:08.3 coming in. And you go a couple of seconds back to Emma Day, Manchester Metropolitan in 5. Being tailed closely by Kate Mills, Loughborough in 6, but no surprise to see Atkinson out in front in heat number 2. So Atkinson with a 3.79 lead over Day, 5 seconds over Mills. And with 25 to go, that's been maintained entirely across the field. Might see Ruth McEwen come through to nick 3rd place off Kate Mills in the last few metres. But Atkinson leading from start to finish, a 2:15.10, so outside the entry. Day does get 2nd, and 3rd place will go to just Kate Mills ahead of Ruth McEwen. 800ths in the end. So a good chase down in the final 50. And then in the outside lanes, Katie Maloney and Lucy Galopper will round out heat number 2. That 2:15.10 from Atkinson, the fastest so far in the first 2 heats. And we'll move on to heat number 3. And in heat 3, from this near side, Emily Walsh, Glasgow, Lucy Hawley, Birmingham, Katie Taylor, Strathclyde, Anna Tauntonaki, London, Alice Thomas, a guest of British Swimming, Tane Bruce, Edinburgh, Melanie Hall, Sheffield Hallam, Abigail Burr, Swansea, Lily O'Brien, Leeds, and Rekha Garforth from York. So Alice Thompson, or Alice Thomas even, a guest of British Swimming, entry time 2:05.45. So she can take part in the heats, but she can't take part in the final. So the closest competitor that can make the final, Tane Bruce, Edinburgh, a 2:11.75. Then Anna Tauntonaki, London, 2:13.9. Fastest time thus far, only the 2:15, set by Atkinson in heat number 2. There's a 1:36 into the final 50 for Thomas. 5 seconds on the button back to Tauntonaki, another 0.56 to Hall. Powerful stroke down the centre. And getting pretty nip and tuck behind Thomas. Bruce Hall, Tauntonaki. 2:10.62 the time for Thomas. And coming in behind her, it will go to Taunton-Aki, 2:18.18. Just over a second behind back to Hall. And then the same distance again back to Tane Bruce. So at the conclusion of this heat, we will move on to the men's equivalent, the men's event number 502, 200 metre butterfly, again mixed classification. On the far side, Rebecca Garforth came in with a 3 minutes on the button. We're going to get very close to that indeed. Just going to be outside, is it? Or 0.41 behind her entry time. So a 2:18 from Taunton-Aki, the fastest qualifying time there. Now we'll move on to the men's from this near side in heat number 1. Alfonso Sequeira of Manchester in 1. Harley Benchies of Edinburgh 2. Felix Gifford Stirling 3. Tom Bealey Plymouth 4. Tom Downs Sheffield Hallam 5. Will Slawson Birmingham 6. Jamie Black Swansea 7. And Marcus Birmingham of Birmingham in 8. So fastest coming in Tom Bealey, a 1:59.09, only man under 2 minutes in fact. Tom Downs at 2:02, Felix Gifford at 2:03.98. And it's Slawson in fact, the closest to Bealey, along with Felix Gifford even. Very tight actually, so Bealey out in front, 0.76 back to Benchies. 3 others within 2 seconds, Slawson, Sequeira and Gifford. So Tom Bealey, the only man under a minute to the halfway mark. 59.34 at the turn. And get under 1:30 before he turns back for home. Just outside 1:32. So just Slawson and Benchies now within 2 seconds. Gifford out to 2.34. Sequeira down to 2:40. So Tom Bealey of Plymouth, 1:59 entry. Won't be hitting that, but it'll be good enough for a win here in heat number 1 of the men's 200 metre butterfly. A couple of lanes to his right hand side, Will Slawson will bring in a comfortable second place and a fight for third going down to these front 2 lanes. Sequeira and Benchies. Sequeira gets it, 2:09.79. Benchies just inside 2:10. Of course, all times for the final to be confirmed. Keep your eyes, of course, on the BUCS website. Even if you just Google BUCS Swimming 2019, the top link on that search page will send you straight to all the information you need about the championship. Entry times, live results, any other event information. Here we go with them with heat number 2 from this near side. Brad Veach of Leeds, Samuel Naylor at Newcastle, Matthew Wright Bath, Jamie Wilkes of Loughborough, Jacob Peters Guest of British Swimming, Harry Lewis Mitchell of Edinburgh, Jonah Walsh of Heriot Watt, Lewis Hodges of Swansea, Ian Fletcher Durham, and Afsaranik Maracia of Manchester Metropolitan. Jacob Peters, a 1:57.75 coming in. Again, guest of British swimming, taking part in the heats but can't make the final or win medals. But always a joy for others to swim alongside them. Had full of love and PT yesterday for the women's and the men's. And Jamie Wilkes of Loughborough actually showing the guest of British swimming how to go through 100 metres at least. A second lead on Lewis Mitchell, just over 1 on Peters. Walsh and Hodgetts within 2 seconds. And Jamie Wilkes isn't laying it up here whatsoever. If anything, he's extending that lead over both Peters and Lewis Mitchell. He'll turn for home in a very similar time to Tom Bealey in heat number 1. And Peters struggling to keep up with the Edinburgh and Loughborough athletes. And Jamie Wilkes, our leader at halfway stage, can he hold on to this, or is Peters coming back in the final 25? He might be, you know, showing his class right at the end. Oh, can he come through and take this into the final 5? Oh, what a performance from Peters. Right down to the wire, 2:06.56. Our leader for the first 190 metres, Jamie Wilkes, has to settle for second place in the heat. But the fastest qualifying time through to the final thus far, 2:06.81. And 2:08.34 back to Edinburgh's Harry Lewis Mitchell. On the far side, Afsaronic Marisar. Manchester Met came in with a 2:25. So outside that time, what a joy to see a great performance there from Jacob Peters. On to heat number 3. Final heat for the time being, before we move on to the women's and the men's 100 metre freestyle events. From this near side is going to be Matthew Sylvester Salford, Jake Faby Cardiff Metropolitan, Jack Toe Sheffield Hallam, James Baxter BUCS, Duncan Stott Stirling, Kevin Wallbank Loughborough, Mark Elric Glasgow, Ben Eastman of Oxford, Harry Jones of East Anglia and Aidan Carroll of Plymouth. So third and final heat for the now in the men's 200 metre butterfly. Fastest coming in Duncan Scott of Stirling, and it's a significant time for 1:56.6. Closest to him in the pool, Kevin Wallbank of Loughborough, 2:01.5. Then a 2:02.97 James Baxter. And it's those 3 guys, Scott, Wallbank and Elric of Glasgow, down the middle towards the halfway stage. Under 1 minute at the turn for both Scott and Wallbank, 58.5 and a 59.58. Elric just outside, 1 minute, 0.28. And this is fast becoming a 3-man heat out at the front. A good few metres lead there before you go back to James Baxter. 1:31.55, that's the fastest we've seen of qualifying athletes to the 150 metre stage. 25 to go. Nobody's going to catch Duncan Scott of Stirling. Mark Elrick of Glasgow moving past Kevin Warbank of Loughborough down the middle. So Scott takes the win in Heat 3. 6 seconds outside his entry time, but that's irrelevant. It's the fastest time to get into the finals. Elrick did come through in second eventually, 2:08.56. Ahead of Warbank to his left-hand side of Loughborough, 2:10.38. And that concludes the men's 200-metre butterfly heats. We'll now move on to the women's 100-metre freestyle. This is event 503. It's a mixed classification for the women. So with the women's 100-metre freestyle, we're going to start with heat number 9. So you've not missed anything. Heat number 9, 10 and 11 we'll see now. The fastest 3 heats first in all of these events. And then we'll go back to the early heats a little bit later in the session. So in heat 9, from this near side, Daniela Shipley of Kent, Carla Thornwell Leeds, Abigail Whiting Sheffield Hallam, Rihanna Smith Queen Mary, Emily Crane Loughborough, Emily Horn Glasgow Caledonia, Holly Hill Drew Birmingham, Hannah Featherstone Stirling, Caitlin Demery Swansea and Abby Rylance Liverpool. Fastest entry 55.6 from Emily Crane, 57.19 Emily Horn. And look at that lead already from Emily Crane. Already a 0.76 advantage over her namesake Horn. Featherstone within a second also. She goes in lane number 7. And it's still these 3 with 25 to go. Rihanna Smith, Queen Mary, doing everything she can to come back at both Horn and Featherstone. But in lane 4, Emily Crane will take it for Loughborough. The times are 57.28, 58.51 and 58.68 for Horn and Featherstone. Rihanna Smith also going under the minute mark, 59.69. It settles for 4th in heat number 9. So 57.28 the time to beat. Let's move on to heat number 10. So from this near side, Naomi Van Dongen of Bath, Millie Scotchbrook Nottingham, Polly Lorimer Bristol, Golsom O'Neill west of Scotland, Lucy Hope Edinburgh, Katie Latham Kent, Anna Fleming Glasgow, Amy Buttles Surrey, Stephanie Williams Leeds and Jordan Sturt Bedfordshire. .59 from Lucy Hope of Edinburgh, fastest coming in. 6 in total under the minute mark. That's Lorimer, O'Neill, Hope, Latham, Fleming and Buttle. And it's O'Neill, Hope and Latham. Those 3 at the turn. Latham the fastest, 27.78 to the halfway mark. Hope and O'Neill both inside half a second. Williams still inside 1. But Hope of Edinburgh, she's now 1-on-1 with Katie Latham, but with about a metre advantage into the final 5, so she'll take heat number 10. The time is 56.9. So that beats the 57.28 set by Emily Crane in heat number 9. Yes. Golsom O'Neill and Katie Latham, the only other 2 under the minute mark. And well under as well, 58.26, 58.94. And the final heat, the heat number 11. So from this near side, Catherine Ross of Bath, Kate Story, Glasgow, Sophie Hall of Gloucester, Sophia Altott of Stirling, Maria Wattle, Loughborough, Rachel Masson, Edinburgh, Madison Kemp, Plymouth, Molly Ollington, Anglia Ruskin, Ailey Grant, Cardiff, and Sophie Quash of Hertfordshire. And the entry times just get quicker and quicker. Naturally, it's 53.6 from Mary Wattle of Loughborough, 55.78 Rachel Masson, and 57.87 Sophia Altoft of Stirling. 56.9 the time to beat. .27.23 to the halfway of Wattle. Then Masson, and on this near side, Story, only plus 0.7. But leads to down the centre. Wattle and Masson, neck and neck into the final 15. Side by side, both breathing to their right, so not looking each other in the eye. Heads down for the final couple of metres. It does go to Wattle, 56.56. That beats the time of Hope from heat number 10. 56.56 is the fastest time from the heats. Masson 56.79, just a couple of tenths behind. Then also under the minute mark, 59.04 from Sophia Altoft. Katie Story also under the minutes, but settling for fourth. So we'll wait and see if Story and Altoft make it through to that final. Again, the BUCS website for all the information you need. All the race schedules, all the live timings. And now, of course, we move on to the men's equivalent, the 100-metre freestyle. Event 5:04 for your books. And we're going to see heats 11, 12 and 13, then come back to the first 10 a little later. And from this near side in heat 11, Harry Robinson of Warwick, Will Jagger, Bradford, Martin Papacruciu of Sunderland, Geoffrey Chen, Bath, Kieran McGuckin, Edinburgh, Sam Irvine, Loughborough, Samuel Crabtree, Sheffield, Hallam, Steve Wilson, Birmingham, Christopher Muir, Glasgow, Samuel Chell, Newcastle. And check this out for an entry time, 49.38 from Kieran McGuckin of Edinburgh, only man under 50. Sam Irvine a 50.50 from Loughborough. And it's Irvine that's out in front ahead of Chen and then McGuckin. And as we saw earlier with Jacob Peters, it's the final 25 where it makes it happen. And can McGuckin come back, or is he going to be beaten to it by Chan or Irvine? Crikey, it's right onto the line. In fact, it is Irvine, 51.93, 52.12 in the end for McGuckin. Chen just outside 52 in 0.01. So 51.93 for Irvine, the time to beat for the next two heats. Cracking time for the man from Loughborough. Heat number 12, we're going to fly through these heats from this near side in heat 12. Theo Cannon, Cambridge, Jacob Foytel, Glasgow, James Baxter, BUCS, Miles Mackenzie, Loughborough, Jack Thorpe, Edinburgh, Craig McLean, Stirling, Rory Huggins, Surrey, Matthew Brooks, Portsmouth, Henry Chung, Cambridge, Sean Glasgow, Newcastle. Again, just one time under 50 seconds. That's 49.21, Jack Thorpe of Edinburgh. Craig McLean of Stirling, 50 seconds, right on it. And 50.8 for Miles Mackenzie of Loughborough. It's lane number 3, early advantage. That's Mackenzie, ahead of McLean and Brooks. And Thorpe 0.43 back. So again, the fastest on paper for the second heat in a row. The only men under 50. Not going to bring it through in this one. It's going to be between Mackenzie and McLean. Thorpe might just hang on for third place in the heat, but the win is going to go to lane number 5, Craig McLean, 51.97. So 4 tenths outside the winning heat time of 11. Miles Mackenzie just outside the 52-second mark and 200ths behind in the end only, Jack Thorpe. 53.44 Rory Huggins, but 51.97 for McLean. Only 2 men so far then under the 52-second mark. And on to heat number 13, where we've got a couple of entry times under 50 again. None managing to do it in the heats mine. So from this near side, James Towner of Oxford, Harry Turner Swansea, Neil Wiley Manchester Metropolitan, Jarvis Parkinson, a guest of British Swimming, David Cumberledge, Harriet Wett, Scott McLeay Stirling, Rob Cayley Manchester Metropolitan, Brandon Sayers Swansea, Matthew Williams Oxford, and Cole Smith Lancaster. So the 2 men under 50, David Cumberledge of Harriet Watt and Scott McLeay of Stirling, 49.09 and 49.88. And then just Jarvis Parkinson, British Swimming, under the 51 mark, 50.76. So of course just setting times to get into the final. You can ignore Jarvis Parkinson's time as a qualification at least. Not eligible to make it into finals. And this time it's lane number 4, David Cumberledge. Lane 4 not won any of the previous 2 heats, but it could be on this occasion, or is he going to be beaten to it by Scott McLeay of Stirling? In fact, it's Scott McLeay that does take it 50.73, and Parkinson comes right back at the end as well, so that's a joint time, joint second place, 50.93, so 3 men under the minute mark, or under the 51-second mark. Scott McLeay the fastest of all the heats, the fastest previously the 51.93 of Sam Irvine. So he most definitely makes his way into that final. And the rest will wait for official clarification. Now event number 505. We'll go back to the women. This is the 100-metre breaststroke mixed classification. We're going to see heats 5, 6 and 7. Eight fly from this near side. Ellie Ward of Nottingham, Claire Collins Leeds, Sarah McCracken Ulster, Angarad Eburn Cardiff, Imogen Clark Loughborough, Cara Hanlon Edinburgh, Shannon Campbell Birmingham, Lucy Fairbanks Manchester Metropolitan, and Surrey teammates Ellen Scholes and Alicia Pollard. 2 of the women under 110, that's Imogen Clark and Cara Hanlon, 108.3 or 109.67 from Loughborough and Edinburgh. And the rest all outside 113. So over 100 metres, those 2 centre lanes, quickest by a fair margin over 100 metres. But lane number 3 there, Eburn, showing her class as well. Clark out in front, 33 dead at the turn. 0.6 and 0.64 back to Eburn and Hanlon. And it's up to 2.5 for the 3rd nearest to Clark. And this is a lot tighter than maybe anticipated, especially with Angarad Eburn of Cardiff in lane number 3. Imogen Clark just with her fingertips out in front, so she will take it in 1:10.53. Hanlon edges out Eburn with a 1:10.69. And 4/10 back is Eburn. 4th place come the rest of the field, headed by Shannon Campbell of Birmingham, 1:16.39. A 1:10.53 put down by Clark. Heat 6 and 7 to come. From this near side, Grace Rayner of Manchester, Eleanor Bird Birmingham, Rebecca Redfern Worcester in the SB13 category, Kira Fletcher Nottingham, Katie Matz Manchester Metropolitan, Sarah Vasey Loughborough, Eve Thompson Stirling, Denise Elena Gogu Manchester, Annalise Wright Swansea, and Charlotte Rowlands Cambridge. Again, just 2 under 110, a 107.92 from Katie Matz, a 108.80 from Sarah Vasey, and then on to 111 from Kira Fletcher. So again, the centre 2 lanes where we'd anticipate the quickest times coming from. But Angerand Eburn of Cardiff in heat number 5. Definitely taught us, of course, never to assume. However, 4 and 5 in heat number 6, most definitely out in front, those two. So it's Vasey and Mats out in front. 32.76 to the turn for Vasey, 33.10 for Mats. So a quarter of a second separating them. It's maintained that into the final 25. Hits for the marker for the final 15. And just half a stroke ahead is Vasey. Coming back Mats in the final 5 metres. They go right down to the scoreboard, this one. Incredibly tight. Vasey just gets it by 16 hundredths. Coming in third is Fletcher. So Vasey ahead of Mats. Then comes Fletcher. Dead on 1:15. Denisa Elena Gogu. A 1:10.24, the new time to beat. Imogen Clark's 1:10.53 from heat 5. Beaten by a couple of tenths. So we don't hesitate whatsoever and move on to heat 7. And from this near side, Chelsea Bean of East Anglia, Emma Chittlebert Aberdeen, Zoe Bewley of Oxford, Rachel Taylor Newcastle, Molly Renshaw, a guest of British Swimming, Annabelle Guy-Johnson of Edinburgh, Laura Hawkins Swansea, Natalie Coogan Stirling, Hayley Alcock Sheffield and Katie Hodgson of Durham. So Molly Renshaw, a name many of you will recognise, a 107.4 coming in. Nearest eligible qualifying time for the final, Annabelle Guy-Johnson of Edinburgh, 108.78. Fastest time so far from the heats, a 110.24. So Renshaw does turn first ahead of Taylor and then Guy-Johnson. 400 separating those two women. Then 2 seconds and beyond back to Bewley. And Molly Renshaw now showing her class and moving away from the rest of the field. Annabelle Guy-Johnson doing her best to move away from Rachel Taylor. Had a small advantage at the halfway mark, but Molly Renshaw clearly taking heat number 7, 108.57. First woman under 110, a 112 from Guy-Johnson. And then a 114 at Rachel Taylor, so certainly split the field from the middle, did Renshaw. A couple of messages already coming in on the streaming web chat portal. I could have guessed it was going to be Rion. Thanks for joining us, Rion. Hope to see you in session 6 as well this afternoon. You're going to be as tired as I am. And a Let's Go Surrey as well coming in. So do keep your messages coming in. I'll read out as many as possible. The races are fast and flowing, so if I'm a couple of minutes late getting back to you, please, I do apologise. Lots and lots of 100 metres, 50 metre races coming up. No time to stop and pause whatsoever. Now event 506, which is the men's mixed classification 100 metre breaststroke. We've had the women. Let's see the gents. We'll see heats 7, 8 and 9. And go back to 1 to 6 a little bit later on. From this near side, Anthony Mamone, Salford, Thomas Jake Haslam, Southampton, Cameron Muir, Glasgow, Caledonia, Tobira Morai Mackay Champ of Oxford, David Murphy, a guest of British Swimming, Oliver Crosby, Sheffield Hallam, David Bloomfield, Loughborough, Jean-Jacques Charon, University College London, Sandy Forsyth, Glasgow, and Sam Hall of Cardiff. So in fact, no lane 5 as you can see. So Oliver Crosby, Sheffield Hallam not with us. Fastest time, David Murphy, guest of British Swimming, 1:30.30. So he's got some clear water to his left and to his right. I apologise, no lanes 3 or 5 in fact. So lane number 4, David Murphy, all out on his own, out in front and nobody to his left, all right. Closest to him is David Bloomfield in 6. In lane 2, Cameron Muir of Glasgow. So the time set 1:02.12 by Murphy. In second place 1:05.55 Bloomfield. Then up to lane 2, 1:06.18. And a fairly decimated field in the end. Fastest qualifying time then set 1:05.55 from Bloomfield. And now we move on to heat number 8. From the near side, Finlay Ryan, Sheffield Hallam. In 1, Ioannis Sampanakis of Swansea. Donovan McTaggart, Cardiff Metropolitan. George Hopkins, Swansea. James Wilby, Loughborough. Zach Aitchinson, Stirling. Jack McCornish, West of Scotland. Lewis Waters, Cambridge. Yok Ching, Imperial. And Thomas McSkimming, Harriet Watt. The fastest coming in. James Wilby of Loughborough, 59.8 in all of the heats. There's 9 heats in total. We're going to see 7, 8, 9 right now. Only 2 men under a minute. That's James Wilby, and Craig Benson will go in heat number 9. So Wilby quickest to the turn, only just out of Aitchinson, 14 hundredths behind. Then beyond a second and a half to McComish and Waters. So Wilby and Aitchinson. Wilby now into the final 25. A stroke ahead into the final 10. And it's going to be a stroke and a half by the time he reaches the final timing board. James Wilby sets a time of 1:01.57. Aitchinson comes in 1:03.62. That's the quickest time from the heat so far. So 1:01.57, the time to beat for heat number 9. Cracking time. Aitchinson 1:03.62. McCormish 1:06.68. And a couple of 1:07s for Waters and Hopkins. So that 1:01 really smashes the time of 1:05. Set in heat number 7. We'll move on to the final heat, heat number 9. Rokas Pranavicius of Leeds in 0. Then moving across the pool, David Miller, Bath. Edinburgh teammates Andrew McIntosh and Nicholas Quinn. Stirling's Craig Benson. British swimming guest Edward Baxter. Harriet Watt, Daniel Lim. Birmingham teammates Matthew Rogers and Ben Arkle. And then Strathclyde's Strawn Stewart. 59.5, the time set by Craig Benson of Stirling coming in. Edward Baxter not able to join us, as you can see. So in the early stages, it's Nicholas Quinn of Edinburgh, Craig Benson of Stirling. Just 1100 separating them, 0.61 back to Lim in lane 6, and McIntosh on this near side, just 1.01. Into the final 15, Benson just making a little march extra on Quinn to his left-hand side. And far to his right, Lim and Rogers fighting out for third in this heat. 1:03.37, not the quickest time from the heats by some margin, but good enough for the win in heat number 9. Nicholas Quinn of Edinburgh in second place for the entire 100 metres. Rogers comes through to take third ahead of Lim. And the quickest time across the heats, James Wilby from heat number 8. We'll see all those chaps in the final a little bit later on this evening. And now it's time to go back to the women, of course. This will be event number 507. It's the women's mixed classification 200 metres individual medley. We're going to see heats 4, 5 and 6. Then we'll do the equivalent with the men. And then the earlier heats a little bit later on in the schedule. So heat number 4 first up from this near side. Lara Reid of Oxford, Rebecca Lynn, University College London, Anita McCartney, Edinburgh, Rosie Foden, Bath, Candice Hall, Loughborough, Hannah Featherstone, Stirling, Megan Pirrie, East Anglia, Rebecca Britton, York, Chloe Plater, Cardiff, and Hannah Clay, Leeds, Beckett. But don't forget, this is the BUCS Nationals weekend, so not just swimming, plenty of sports going on across the city and in other venues. Plenty of athletics, climbing, judo and karate taking part here at Ponds Forge. But of course, we will be bringing you all of the action live stream from poolside here for the rest of the day. And of course, those finals later on. And having a quick look at the stream chat service. Thomas, morning all, swimming on the computer over a leisurely Sunday breakfast. Lovely. It is indeed lovely. It's lovely and hot up here as well. So back to the pool and lane number 4, Candice Hall, Loughborough, clear leader into their 4th and final leg. What's her advantage over Featherstone? It's 5.56, 6.888 to Foden. And Lynn and Britton within 10 seconds, but with 25 to go, it's a processional finish for Candice Hall. Her entry time coming in at 2:14.5, so she's going to be outside that. But the nearest entry, other than Hall's, was a 2:20 from Featherstone. So 2:21.09. Featherstone comes in at a 2:27. Hall or Foden with a 2:29. And Rebecca Britton, the only other woman under 2:30. So 2:21.09. The time set for heats 5 and 6 coming up. And we'll move straight on to heat number 5 from this near side. Georgia Williams, Sheffield Hallam, Beth Blakelock, Cardiff Metropolitan, Amy Farthing, Swansea, Rosie Rudin, Sheffield, Emma Day, Manchester Metropolitan, Tara Howarth, Edinburgh, Alice Ball, Sheffield Hallam, Ellie Westerby, Swansea, Lizzie Warren, Surrey, and Georgie Grattan, Exeter. Emma Day, a 2:12.54. Closest to her, Tara Howarth, 2:20, so 8 seconds separating the first and second fastest times coming in. It was similar with Candice Hall in heat number 4, and that played out in the heat also. And Day is the early leader to the 50-metre mark. Only half a second ahead of Farthing and Howarth. Blakelock and Warnes also within 1 second in the early stages. Onto the backstroke leg. And just Joe Briggs on the web chat, forgive me, I've just caught that one a little bit late, cheering on Becky Britton from heat number 4. And heat 5. So it's still Day out in front, ahead of Rudin. In lane 5, Tara Howarth. It's those three down the middle. Amy Farthing of Swansea doing the best she can in lane 2 to keep in touch with the top 3. But Howarth and Rudin doing everything they can to keep in touch with Day as she turns for the final time, 1:48.37. The lead's 3.5 seconds, over 4 and 5 to Howarth and Farthing. And the 4th and final freestyle leg. So from the previous heat, originally Rebecca Lynn was disqualified. She's just been reinstated. And Emma Day coming through, not as comfortable as we saw Candice Hall competing. The time's going to be outside as well, 2:23.2. So 2 seconds behind that of Hall. Howarth just holds off Rosie Rudin, a 2:25.01 to a 2:25.24. So will those 3 times be good enough for the final? I'll have to wait and see. One more heat to come. Fastest still, Candice Hall at 2:21.09 from heat 4. But a 2:23.2 for Day. The best from heat number 5. And we're not going to hang around. Heat number 6. Before we move on to the men's 200 individual medley, from the near side, Victoria Reid, Glasgow, Hannah Dawson, Edgehill, Claire Collins, Leeds, Myra Swanson, Aberdeen, Abby Wood, Loughborough, Eleanor Morris, Birmingham, Alex Stringer, Manchester Metropolitan, Danielle Joyce, Stirling, Eleanor Bird, Birmingham, and Katie Hodgson, Durham. Fastest entry, 2:12.5 from Abby Wood. And Eleanor Morris, the only other woman under 2:20, is a 2:19.67. The halfway stage, no surprise to see Abby Wood out in front. She'll turn in 1:04.84. 2.22 back to Morris, 2:07 to Swanson. Joyce and Stringer outside 3 seconds. Neck and neck in lane 6 and 7. So we've seen 3 heats. And looks to be making it 3 comfortable wins from lane number 4, which will make for a very exciting final. Still Candice Hall with a 2:21.09, the fastest time from heat 4. Fastest time from heat 5, a 2:23.2 from Day. And here comes Abby Wood, extending that lead. Nobody yet gone under 2:20, although the entry time significantly lower. Abby Wood, of course, will go under 2:20, just a matter of by how much. Eleanor Morris could get close, but is going to miss out. Abby Wood, a 2:16.3 from Wood of Loughborough, significantly the fastest time in all of the heats. Eleanor Morris, a 2:23.2, matches the time of Emma Day in heat number 5. And third in the heat, Alex Stringer of Manchester Metropolitan, 2:26.79. Have to wait and see if that'll be enough to get into the final. But Abby Wood most definitely going to be there, and she'll be maintaining lane number 4 for that final later on this afternoon. Final starting from 2:30 p.m. And now we move to the men's. Again, we'll see the fastest 3 heats first of all. It's going to be heats 5, 6 and 7. Then we'll go back to 1 and 4, or 1, 2, 4 later on in the afternoon. So this is event 508, the men's mixed classification 200 metre individual medley. We're going to see heat number 5 first of all, and from the near side we'll have Josh Goble, Nottingham Trent, Gabrielle Congé of Anglia Ruskin, Felix Gifford of Stirling, Jack McMillan Ulster, James McFadden Loughborough, Callum Laurie Stirling, Liam White Swansea, Thomas Wiggins Sheffield, Matthew Evans Manchester Metropolitan, and Michael Doyle of Bangor. 2:01 from James McFadden of Loughborough in 4, and a 2:03.27 Callum Laurie of Stirling. Loughborough and Stirling, the 2 main rivals in BUCS sports, in the pool at least. So team pride as well as the fastest time in the heats on the line. This is heat number 5. So halfway stage in heat number 5. And it's lane 3. Jack McMillan out in front of James McFadzean and Liam White. The only 3 men under a minute at the halfway stage. Again, McFadzean's time of 2:01 coming in, 2:03.27 from Callum Lowry. In fact, in every single heat, all 7 heats of this event, there's only 2 men that have gone under 2 minutes. We'll see those in heat 6 and 7. So this is all about setting times. McFadzean has taken back the advantage over Lowry, now a 1.46 lead. McMillan outside 3 seconds, White outside 5. And with 25 to go. Looking pretty nailed on now for McFadzean. He trailed McMillan at the halfway stage. Lowry of Stirling, 1:36.37 at the 150 mark. But McFadzean takes it 2:05.94. 2:06.98 from Lowry, 2:07.85 from McMillan. Only those 3 under 2:10. So 2:05.94 from Lowry. He'd hope that'd see him into the final. Of course, 20 more swimmers to come in heat 6 and 7. But he is the 3rd fastest on paper. And we move on to heat number 6 from this near side. Ewan Leslie Heriot Watt, Matthew Rogers Birmingham, Augustus VC Sheffield Hallam, Thomas Tsiapanis of Edinburgh, Thomas Dean Bath, Jarvis Parkinson Guest of British Swimming, Lewis Fraser Swansea, Alex Lezard Cambridge, Aaron Priest Nottingham and Kyle Panton Coventry. 1:59.17 Thomas Dean of Bath coming in. Halfway stage, Dean out in front, 1 minute, 0.2, 1.6 back to Fraser's. Tsiapanis inside a second. Parkinson a 100th outside. So a much tighter heat than we've seen from the previous men's and women's in this event. Tsiapanis also turned, of course, in under 1:01. Dean now lead out to 2.61. Fraser 3.2. And Tsiapanis has dropped down to 4th. That time to beat is 2:05.94, set by Lowry in heat 5. He's going to be outside that. It's 2:05.91. In fact, 300ths inside. Forgive me. Jarvis Parkinson, Guest of British Swimming, comes home second. So this is a time of 2:07.55, but that won't count towards who makes it into the final. One other man under 2:10. That's Tsiapanis, comes through in the final 25 to take third. 2:09.59, just ahead of Lewis Fraser of Swansea. So we'll go into our final heat for now. Heat number 7 from the near side, Sam Hall of Cardiff, Matthew Curtis of Oxford, Andrew McIntosh Edinburgh, Jacob Greenhow Bath, Max Litchfield Sheffield Hallam, James Brown Loughborough, John Britton Imperial, Miles Turner Anglia Ruskin, Samuel Naylor Newcastle and Marcus Birmingham of Birmingham. Max Litchfield of Sheffield Hallam, hometown athlete, 156.64. Closest to him, James Brown, a 201.4. Litchfield does turn with a marginal advantage. Look at that, Greenough 0.27, Brown and Britton separated by 100th, plus 0.35 and plus 0.36. But Litchfield of Sheffield Hallam extending that now, surely. There's only a couple of tenths. Could be close to a second and a half. It's 1.32 over Greenough. 3 seconds over Brown, 3.5 over Britton now. So spreading the field through the second 50. Just a quick look at the chat on the stream. Tabitha, watching people swim makes me motivated. Yeah, and you regret quitting swimming as well. Well, no better time to get back in the pool than today. Certainly going to be motivating you throughout the afternoon. I'm sure Max Litchfield is right now as well. The man from Sheffield Hallam. He's got 5 metres on his closest competitors, who was pretty tight between lanes 6 and 3. That's Britton and Greenough. But Litchfield takes the win, 2:04.59. That's the fastest time from the heats. Then almost neck and neck between Greenough and Britton. It's a 2:08.31. 300ths behind is Britton. Just outside 2:10 is James Brown. So again, 3 men under 2:10. And we'll wait and see the official classifications for who has qualified for the final this evening. That's of course going to be Max Litchfield, the fastest time from all the heats. And now here come the quick ones. So the 50-metre butterflies for the women, then the men. 3 heats in each to begin with, then we go back a little bit later for the earlier heats. This is event 509. The women's 50-metre butterfly, heat number 9. From the near side, Dominic Alichua of Coventry, Millie Scotchbrook Nottingham, Isabel Jones Stirling, Anna Fleming Glasgow, Emily Barclay Loughborough, Kiana McKinn Stirling, Holly Hill Drew Birmingham, Lucy Thornton King's College, Spencer Williams Oxford and Alexandra Hurd Nottingham. 26.7 from Barclay coming in. The first of 3 heats for now. This is heat number 9. So we said 26.7 for Barclay, 27.17 from McInnes coming in. And out in front by some margin, Emily Barclay, my goodness me. Closest to her between Isabel Jones and Kiana McInnes. But it's a 27.45 for Barclay. Isabel Jones does get second place from lane 2, 28.51. And McInnes, we said it might have been close, 28.65, so 1400ths behind to take third. But 8 athletes under 30 seconds. 27.45 the quickest. On to heat number 10 from this near side. Lydia Schenk, Nottingham Trent, Sophie Murray Newcastle, Holly Williams Hull, Anita McCartney Edinburgh, Anna Tuntunaki, London, Tane Bruce, Edinburgh, Georgie Pryor, Nottingham Trent, Charlotte Trader, Warwick, Lucy Hawley, Birmingham, Jo Willett, Cardiff Metropolitan. This is heat number 10. Tuntunaki, a 26.22 coming in, almost a full second back then to Tane Bruce of Edinburgh. And Tuntunaki with a lead into the final 15. To her right-hand side, Bruce and Pryor, the closest. Lane 3, Anita McCartney also charging down. But it will go to Tuntunaki in lane 4. 27.39, 600ths quicker than Barclay. From heat number 9. 28.17 Georgie Pryor, 28.49 Tane Bruce. When it comes down to getting into the finals in these shorter races, it really does come down to tenths of a second. So we've already had 14 athletes under 30 seconds. So it's going to be getting somewhere near the 28.5s, 29s to get into the final. And here's heat number 11 from the near side. Ollington of Anglia Ruskin, Hutchinson of Strathclyde, Nagle Cleven of East Anglia, Calderbank of Salford, Wattle of Loughborough, Horn of Glasgow Caledonia, Crezo Pros of Newcastle, Denny of Bath, McEwen of Leeds Beckett, and Hodgson of Sheffield. 26.1 coming from Mary Wattle. Emily Horn, Glasgow Caledonia, 27.03. And it's Wattle out in front. Calderbank and Horn to her left and right. Calderbank the closest, but it is going to be Wattle out in front for the win in heat number 11. 27.41, 200ths outside that of Tuntunaki in heat 10. So they'll be in lanes 4 and 5 in the final this afternoon. Tuntunaki and Wattle. Calderbank 27.75, that's good enough to get to the final. Emily Horn 28.61. Nagle Cleven 28.93. They're going to be really, really close. 22 athletes going under 30 seconds. So it's going to be somewhere near 29 and under to get into the final. Again, BUCS website, all the names, the information you need to know. And now we move on to the men's. Officially event 510. We're going to see heats number 11, 12 and 13. 50-metre butterfly again, of course. From this near sides, Bosgert of Arts Bournemouth, Downs of Sheffield Hallam, Ingram of Manchester, Crisp of Warwick, Fraser of Swansea, Monroe of Bath, Mohammed of Plymouth, Black of Swansea, MacDonald of Newcastle, and Holmes of University West of England. 3 chaps inside 25 seconds. That's Crisp, Fraser and Monroe. And it's Fraser leading from the centre. Lane 4, as we see so often, takes the win. Timing not come up, but most definitely the win. There we go now, 24.76 for Fraser. 25.59 for Ingram. Miles Monroe, 25.33. So he should have a 2 next to his name, and Jamie Ingram a 3. But we've got a 1 next to Lewis Fraser. That's all that matters at the minute. 24.76. So the marker put down there. On to heat 12 from the near side. Courtois of Oxford, Walsh of Heriot Watt, Swinney of Strathclyde, Maltby of Bath, Bain of Stirling, O'Sullivan of Loughborough, Lee of Manchester, Faby of Cardiff Metropolitan, Perry of York, Stott of Leeds. 4 men inside 25 seconds, fastest of which Callum Bain of Stirling, 24.25. Brian O'Sullivan Loughborough, 24.4. And we do see Bain and O'Sullivan going neck and neck. Oliver Maltby of Bath also involved, and it's going to be on the final touch. It just goes to Callum Bain, 300ths ahead of O'Sullivan of Loughborough. So again, the big university rival separated by a, what's that, half a fingernail or something like that. Bath's Oliver Maltby, 25.34. but all of them outside the fastest time from heat number 11, which was 24.76. So although a cracking win in the heats, you never know, we could still see them squeezed out of the finals in the end. So heat 13, final heat. From the near side, Shipman of Birmingham, Save Edinburgh, Birchie University College London, Bowen of Loughborough, Peters, Guest of British Swimming, Bland of Cardiff, Aitchison Stirling, Leslie of Edinburgh, Newton of East Anglia and Bugakov of London. Jacob Peters, we've seen him already this morning, 23.9 coming in. And then a couple of 24s courtesy of Bowen and Bland in 3 and 5. And it's a good start by Bowen. Neck and neck with Peters. In fact, almost maybe slightly out in front of Peters. This will be a scalp for him. The man from Loughborough. Or can Peters come back in the last few metres? No, Bowen takes it, 24.73. Peters 24.92. So that time of Bowen is 0.3 or 0.03 of a second the quickest time in all the heats thus far. And that's a cracking scalp. Henry Bland 25.13, coming in a couple of tenths behind Peters. And Zach Aitchison, his time of 25.63 will be the third fastest qualifying time from the heat. Is he good enough to get into the final later on this afternoon? We'll have to wait and see as we go back to the women and the 100 metre breaststroke now, or backstroke, sorry. We're going to see 3 heats, 5, 6 and 7. Then we'll do exactly the same with the men. In heat number 5, Semenoiva, Holland of Portsmouth, Scobie of Strathclyde, Swanson of Aberdeen, Edinburgh teammates Main and Hope in 3 and 4, Evans of Loughborough, Upan of Stirling, Henderson of York, Kirk of Cambridge and McNally of Bristol. So heat number 5, Lucy Hope Edinburgh, just outside the minute mark on her entry time, 1 minute 0.89. Her teammate 102.31, and Loughborough Charlotte Evans, the only other woman inside 102, 101.8. But in lane 6, Lotte Upan of Stirling, she leads alongside Lucy Hope. In lane 3, Anna Main also there. Charlotte Evans coming through possibly in the last 20 metres. She's chasing down Upan. Can she catch Hope? It's going to be very tight. It does go to Hope, 103.62. Then Evans, 104.04. Then Upan, in second for so long. Takes third in the heat, 103.62. That's the time to remember. 2 more fast heats, we call them, to come. Heat number 6. From this near side, it'll be McGill of Leicester, Howes of Bristol, Spong of Lancaster, Price of Nottingham, Dawson, that's Kathleen, a guest of British Swimming, Manchester Metropolitan teammates Golding and Gruter, Crawford of West of Scotland, Buttle of Surrey and Westerby of Swansea. So 103.66, the time set by Lucy Hope. 1 minute 0.17 of Dawson. Again, can't make the final, so we look to Manchester Metropolitan's Chloe Golding, a 102.22 on the entry. 300ths behind her was Price. But Dawson not joining us. It's usually having a British swimmer is something that can drag you along across the middle of the pool. But not that advantage on this occasion for Price and Golding. And Price's lead is 0.69 at the halfway mark. Golding within a second, Spong just outside, Gruter close by. So a real split across the pool, this one. And Courtney Price of Nottingham heading Golding and Crawford in 5 and 7. And with 5 to go, she's not going to lose this one from lane 3. Courtney Price, what's the time going to be? It's a 1:03.83, so a couple of tenths outside the time of Lucy Hope. Golding does take second to Manchester Met in 1:05.28. Third goes to lane 7, Robin Crawford. They were the 3-8 in front with 25 to go. Laura Gruter, the Manchester Metropolitan teammate of Golding, settles for 4th. But Courtney Price, in the absence of Kathleen Dawson, takes the win in heat number 6. 1:03.83. And just one heat to go. You expect that's going to get her a time into the final, but what lane will it be? And heat 7 from the near side. Marwawa of Southampton, Grattan of Exeter, Small of Chichester, West of Loughborough, Full of Love again of British Swimming, Wild of Stirling, Shaw of Birmingham, Williams leads Beckett, Neil of East Anglia, and Hayden of Exeter. Your final heat, heat number 7 in the women's 100 metre backstroke. So we saw Jessica Full of Love yesterday, winning her heats. Of course, cannot win medals unfortunately, but she's won medals at much bigger competitions around the world. 59.2 her official entry coming into this one. The only woman under 1 minute in the entire event. Closest is Cassie Wild of Stirling, 1 minute 0.93. So Full of Love, 0.958 in front. Wild and Shaw, a dead heat at the halfway stage. And remaining that with 20 to go. In 3, Harriet West, closest to them over in lane 8, Olivia Neal, East Anglia. But it's going to be comfortable training swim for Jessica Full of Love. She goes outside 1 minute, 1 minute 0.56. Then comes Wild and Shaw, separated by nothing at the halfway mark, but 6 tenths at the finish. 102.7, 103.35, and that 102.7 fastest qualifying time for the finals from Cassie Wild beats that of Lucy Hope and of Courtney Price. So she'll take lane 4 later on this afternoon in the final of the women's 100 metre backstroke. And I told you we'd fly through these this morning. Now on to the men straight away, event number 512. From the near side, Toy of Surrey, Lowry of Sunderland, Bennett of Birmingham, Walker of Oxford, Cross of Loughborough, Small of Swansea, Bostock of Sheffield, VC and Crabtree of Sheffield Hallam, and Crawford of Glasgow. 54.8 the time of Dan Cross coming in. So other than Dan Cross, Another 4 times inside the minute. 55.5 Joe Small, 58.59 Aaron Bostock. Walker and Bennett also under the minute mark. Cross and Small side by side from Loughborough and Swansea, separated by 0.29 at the halfway mark. And Dan Cross about half a metre in front with 5 to go, and he's extending that slightly. He's going to win this heat in 57.11. 57.72 to Joe Small, and they in fact the only 2 men under the minute mark. Very tight indeed between those two. Lucas Lowry of Sunderland rounding things out in the heat. So 57.11 the time to beat for heat 6 and 7. In heat number 6, from the near side, Cook of Southampton, Smith, University West of England, Tibbets of Portsmouth, Iacovidis of Bath, White of Swansea, Stirling teammates Walton and Pease in 5 and 6, Manchester's Gilchrist, Leicester's Drabwell and St Andrews War in 9. 54.4, Liam White of Swansea coming in, and a 55.34 Stirling's Martin Walton. Halfway stage, and clearly our leader is Walton, 27.14. White almost a full second behind. Pease just over. Iacovidis, those top 4 are the only ones within 1.2 seconds. Then you go to Tibbets 2+. And Martin Walton is going to take that lead into the final 15. To his left and right, White and Pease doing everything they can, but they're not going to catch the man from Stirling. So Walton takes it 56.99. Cracking time. And beats the time of Dan Cross, 57.11. Heat number 5. Very tight for most of it with Liam White of Swansea. 57.5. 58.67 for Pease. 4 men under the minute mark, the 4th of which Iacovidis of Bath. And great support from my side here, heat number 7. From the near side, Duckworth of Imperial, Raphael of Surrey, Cartow of Glasgow, Gibson of Edinburgh, Greenbank of Loughborough, McNally West of Scotland, Rees of Nottingham, Ponford of Lancaster, Singleton of Cardiff, and Watson of Coventry on the far side. 54.2, Greenbank of Loughborough coming in. 55.24, McNally West of Scotland. They go in lanes 4 and 5. And away we go. Final heat for now of the men's 100-metre backstroke, before we move on to the earlier heats from the freestyles. And already out in front, Luke Greenbank. 6 men under the minute mark on the entry times in heat 7. That's Cartow, Gibson, Greenbank, McNally, Rees and Pomford. Raphael just outside. And Greenbank leans at the halfway stage, almost a second over both McNally and Gibson. They're separated by less than a tenth. Into the final 25, the lead being extended, so we look back. Of course, we'll concentrate on Gibson and McNally. In lane 6, Michael Rees is coming through also. Maybe not going to make the top 3 in the heat, but could still make the final. 56.44, 55.44, sorry, for Greenbank. Cracking tie, fastest of the entire event so far. McNally a 57.56, 58.31 for Gibson. 4 men under the minute mark, Michael Rees the fourth of which, 59.51. So to make the final, it's going to be times under a minute. Again, BUCS website, keep your eye on. All the information you could ever dream of for the championships is there waiting for you. And on the streaming chat, we've had a couple of shouts of go Ellen Morley, come on Tibbets, let's go Maya. Again, with the races being so quick. Hard to get back to everything on time. The 400 metre events, absolutely fine and beyond. Anything 100 or 2 or less, it does get more and more difficult. I will always try and come back to them though. So now we go back to event 503. This is the women's 100 metre freestyle, mixed classification. Heat number 1. So Pilkington in lane 1 of Robert Gordon. She's in the S6 category. Susanna Hext of British Swimming in the S5 category. Amelia Lawrence Downs of Chichester. Steph Lee of Kiel. Jacqueline Gill of London. Ellie Cooper Home, Manchester Metropolitan, swimming the S7 category. Sally Phillips of Cardiff, also in the S7 category. And Laura Chapman of Chichester goes in 8. So as you can imagine, with plenty of classifications, we've got S5, S6, S7. Big variation on the entries. Kiel, Steph Lee, quickest in a 1:19. Quickest off the S7s is Ellie Cooper Home, a 1:22. And then the S5 Hext in 1:28. The S6 Pilkington in 1:38. So we are going to see, let's have a look, 8 heats in this 100 metre freestyle. Then we'll move back to the men's, of course. So if you're not aware, we do always see the fastest 3 heats first of all earlier on in the session. Then we move back. And in lane number 5, Jacqueline Gill of London will take the win in the heat. Her time of 1:20 is beaten comfortably by 6 seconds, in fact. Then comes Steph Lee and Amelia Lawrence Downs. 1:16.9 for Lisa, just 2 of them under 1:20. In 7, in comes Phillips in the S7 category. In lane number 1, Laura Pilkington in the S6. Her entry time 1:38.16. So outside that, and in lane number 8, Laura Chapman of Chichester, 1:58 coming in. So just half a second outside her entry time, which rounds out heat number 1. So heat number 2. Jessica Fenny of Aberystwyth on this near side. Emily Al-Haddad of Brunel. Matilda Harper, University West of England. Charlotte Nash, Winchester. Louina Khan, Nottingham Trent. Laura Nix, Gloucester. Lucy Ashmore, Northampton. Sarah Ortega, Leicester. Tully Kearney at Manchester Metropolitan in the S5 category. And Amy Borsuk, Queen Mary. So quick starts in heat number 2 from Al Haddad and Harper on these near side lanes. On the streaming chat, Edwin Yong, all the best, Joe Tibbetts, go Portsmouth swim team. And he also believes that Portsmouth are going to win this thing. And they've got Loughborough and Stirling to beat. And Harper and Haddad, indeed, well out in front in these near side lanes. Entry times were both around about the 1:15 mark. Quickest was 1:12 from Khan from Nottingham Trent. But Harper, University West of England, neck and neck with Al Haddad throughout, but she'll take the win in the heat. And a good cheer from poolside for that win also. A 106.91. Coming behind Harper's at 106.38. And then Laura Nix in 5 will round out the top 3 in the heat of Gloucester, 110.99. Well, almost 10 seconds under the entry times for both Haddad and Harper. Just proving to everybody there, the entry times, got to take them with a pinch of salt. That 106 was good enough to get her an entry time or a heat time in somewhere in heats 4 and 5. And heat number 3, Eleanor Hurd of King's College, Georgia Free Edgehill, Bethany Camel of Bangor, Alex West Aberystwyth, Nicola Harris Kiel, Keris Hope Derby, Emma Nelson Bangor, Favara Sofu of Imperial, Raquel Melian of Liverpool John Moore, and Catherine Healy of Coventry. She's in the S12 category. Quick start from Alex West in Aberystwyth in 3. Nicola Harris is a 109.21 coming in. 4 women under 110. That's West, Harris, Hope and Nelson. Over on the far side, lane number 8, Raquel Melian of Liverpool John Moore. Haven't seen much action from the pool on the far side just yet. But she's turning that on its head. Currently lying in second position. Behind Alex West in 2, Bethany Camel of Bangor. In the central lanes, trailing behind, it will go to lane 3, Alex West, 106.82. Then second place does go to Raquel Melian on the far side, 108.22. And then we come back to lane 2, Bethany Camel of Bangor, 108.63. And then only Emma Nelson, the only other woman under 110, is a 109.3. Catherine Healy in the S12, 123.62. And on to heat number 4. So from the near side, Sophie Oliver, Southampton, Nicola Ho, London, Mia Strange from Derby, Charlotte Dorr, Royal Holloway, Kaylee Venables, Worcester, Frances Copeman, Lancaster, Jamie Woodhouse, Brunel, Eleanor Shields, King's College, Amy McGrath, Nottingham Trent, and Claire Cashmore of Northumbria in the S9 category. Halfway Strange 30.27. Copeman a second behind. So it's going to be another good race from lane number 2, Mia Strange. This time, the young woman from Derby. Entry time was 1 minute 7.65. She's going to absolutely destroy that time. It's going to be a 103.07, very tight between lanes 5 and 6, Copeman and Woodhouse. Copeman gets it, 4/10 ahead of Woodhouse in the end. McGrath and Cashmore on the far side, both coming under the 110 mark. McGrath 109.31 and Cashmore 108.69, but a 103.07 from Strange. I mean, that kind of time is good enough to get her into the fastest 3 heats. And you never know, when you have the fastest 3 heats early on, you think the finals are done and dusted for the qualifications, but somebody can always pull something out the bag. Here we go then, heat number 5 from the near side. Kate Bowden of Durham, Fiona Westcott of Sheffield, Natalie Jones Coventry, Maisie Chung York, Lauren Meave Bedfordshire, Ellie MacDonald Exeter, Eleanor Lane St Andrews, Jenny Ballinger Liverpool John Moore, Rosie Bancroft Manchester in the S10 category, and Libby Steele of Manchester Metropolitan. 1.5 seconds separating the entire field on the entries, fastest of which 104.5 from Lauren Meave. But it's lane 5, Ellie MacDonald of Exeter, that leads at the halfway stage. Lane just 0.08 behind, then a 0.88 out to Chung. So we saw a cracking 103 from Strange in heat number 4. Can anybody get close to that here in heat number 5? Still Lane now out in front. She's taken the advantage through the second 50. And she'll take the heat ahead of MacDonald in 5. And then Natalie Jones in 2. Lane number 2 having a cracking 100-metre freestyle thus far in the earlier heats. A couple of wins and a couple of top 3s from lane number 2. But the win in the heats is a 105.15. Eleanor Lane, St Andrews. And we move on to heat number 6. So not hanging around at all. In heat 6 from the near side, Holly Milnes of York, Carla Brawley West of Scotland, Hannah Willingham Hull, Amy McCulloch Queen Belfast, Claudia Kirkpatrick Lancaster, Frances Garnett Manchester, Emily Jelf Durham, Anouk Schmidt Winchester, Georgina Dolan of Leicester, and Olivia Pollard of Bradford in 9. It's already 3/4 into heat 6. A much tighter affair than we've seen so far. Heat number 9, Olivia Pollard on lane number 9. In lanes 4 and 5, Claudia Kirkpatrick and Frances Garnett. In lane 0, Holly Milnes of York. She could come through to take this in lane 0. And she does indeed. My goodness, 103.78 from 0. Holly Milnes of York. Silver, or second, sorry, giving out medals far too easily. Second place goes to Frances Garnett of Manchester, 103.87. And then Carla Brawley, west of Scotland, 104.52. Moving on to heat number 7. Just one more heat to come in this event afterwards. Heat number 8, of course, and heat 7 from the near side. Eliza Grace, Manchester Metropolitan. Riley Flick, St Andrews. Sophie Card, Portsmouth. Keone Broomfield, East Anglia. Chrissy Tomlinson, Leeds Beckett. Hannah Jones, Edge Hill. Fiona Crane, Southampton. Emma Garland, Bournemouth. Beth Blakelock, Cardiff Metropolitan, and Bethany Mia, Newcastle. Ben Douglas on the streaming chat service. Come on, McGrath. Again, probably a couple of races behind. Indeed, heat number 4, Amy McGrath of Nottingham Trent. And again, we've got another very tight heat here. Lanes 3 and 5, Bloomfield and Jones currently out in front. On the far side, keep your eye on lanes 7, 8 and 9. Garland, Blakelock, Mia locked in battle. But lane number 3, Keone Broomfield will come through in the last 10 to take it ahead of Hannah Jones. And then Bethany Mia, as I pointed out, third over in lane number 9. And just inside her, Garland and Blakelock pick up 4th and 5th. But Keone Broomfield at 101.59, significant time there. And the BUCS points, of course, accumulated over the entire weekend. Just seeing for the first time up on the scoreboard at the moment in front of us. So if you're interested in that, the entire point system overall, of course, is 12 for gold, 8 for silver, 6 for bronze, 4 for fourth, etc., etc. Loughborough currently leading 229 points. Stirling on 174. Edinburgh close behind 162 points. And currently outside the top 3 is Bath in 117. So Loughborough and Stirling, they shared these championships long and short course for the last 3 years. Again, it's those two at the top. Loughborough 229, Stirling 174, and Edinburgh close behind on 162. Points, of course, coming from the medals later on this afternoon, so all can change still. As we go back to heat number 8. Maria Jones of Cardiff Metropolitan on this near side. Grace Farr of Leeds Beckett. Hannah Binning of East Anglia. Caitlin Paulson of Sunderland. Emma Williams, University West of England. Katja Zosimova, Exeter. Georgia Crawford, Cambridge. Siobhan Durkant, Newcastle. Jess Telford of Birmingham, and Alexandra Hurd of Nottingham. So Emma Williams at University West of England, a 101.7, equal with Katja Zosimova of Exeter. But again, we look to the far side, Telford and Hurd. And it's right out on the wing, Alexandra Hurd in the lead, 29.24 at the turn. Coming on the inside in lane number 6, Georgia Crawford takes it, Georgia Crawford, by 500ths. What a cracking last 15-20 metres from Crawford, 101.71. And Alexandra Hurd, the leader through 75 metres, 500ths behind in a 101.76. And then again on the far side, Jess Telford, lane 8 of Birmingham, 102.16. These are really good times. Somebody could sneak into a final here, 101.71 from Crawford. Keep your eyes on the website. So I'll be able to tell you around about 2:20 when we come back live who's in all of the finals. But if you really wanted to, you could find out before me. BUCS website, all the information you need, entry times, live results. and race information available to you. So that's the conclusion of the women's 100 metre freestyle heats. We may move back to event 504, which is the men's 100 metre freestyle. In heat number 1, Liam Martin Day of Chichester, Takayuki Suzuki of Northumbria in the S4 category, and then Gareth Pickin of Cardiff Metropolitan in the S7 category. False start, don't see, well, not a false start, a restart, not many of those. Called back, of course we've got no Liam Martin Day, so this is a one-on-one with Suzuki and Pickin. Suzuki S4, Pickin S7. Suzuki in with a 121. Pickin in with a 150. Now again, if you are coming down to poolside at any time this evening or this afternoon even, don't come down this evening, you'll miss it because we start at 2:30 with the finals. Cookery are present on their online where they've got their shop here for the long course merchandise. So you can pre-order at any time, of course, or just come down and buy items of kit and get it screen printed with the event and the race, etc., on. I'm sure you've all done that before. And Camp America are also here, one of our main partners. You can win a competition to have a free Camp America experience and a free trek around the US as well. Enter the competition online or here in person. Of course, Camp America giving you the experience of being a swimming teacher or lifeguard out in their camps across the US, from California to New York. That's the west to the east coast. So Suzuki in lane 4, entry time 1:21. He's going to be outside that by a few seconds, unfortunately. Lane number 5, Gareth Pickin in a 150. He's got 30 seconds to cover the last 25. So 124.33 for Suzuki. We're going to see 10 heats in total for this men's 100 metre freestyle. And then we'll move back to the breaststroke. And the session will end with the 400 metres freestyles for both the women and the men, which will be heat declared winners in those final heats. So Gareth Pickin, along with Suzuki, going to be outside the entry times. But as always, great applause. And we'll move on to heat number 2. Some nice singing from poolside as well. Can't tell if it was support or heckling. It was fairly indifferent. I'm sure it was support. So heat number 2, you're going to see Sonny Carter of Winchester, Atharv Patanka of St George's, David Finnerty of Glasgow Caledonia, Jan Colosa of Queen Mary, Sam Alsop of Bangor, Aaron Maddock of Swansea in the S8 category, Ben Allen of Kiel, Joseph Craig of Northumbria in the S8 category, and Fergus Walmsley of Leicester. And you'll see those on your screen shortly. There we go. There's the names I read out. So 2 in the S8 category. Maddox going head-to-head with Joseph Craig of Northumbria. Fairly similar entry times, just a second separating those two actually, Maddox and Craig. Fastest entry, Sam Alsop of Bangor, a 1:06. So big lead, lane 4, Sam Alsop. Bangor mentioned his name with the fastest entry time. And behind him, I look to lane 1, Athaf Patanka of St George's. To lanes 3 and 6, Kulesa and Allen. But a comfortable win from Alsop, 101.87. Well inside his entry time by just over 4 seconds. The race in the S8 category was won by Joseph Craig in a 109.76. Aaron Maddox a 112.56. And we'll clear the pool before getting on with the heat number 3. Here we go then with heat number 3. From this near side, Niccolo Speroni of London, Annan Snowden-Jones of Bangor, Joshua Grob of De Montfort in the S8 category, Oladaisi Adefisan of Nottingham in the S9 category, Ben Perkins of Brunel, Tim Beguli of York, Anu Amarasena of Kiel, Joshua Ryan of Canterbury, Sam Gray Bournemouth, and Christy Williams of Liverpool. Ben Perkins with a 102.02. 200s behind is Tim Beguli of York. Every single time 105 or lower. And in lane number 4, Ben Perkins of Brunel. Neck and neck. In lane 9, Christy Williams of Liverpool. Again, another great performance from the outside lane. We tend to see that in these earlier heats. But it is taken by Ben Perkins. A 1 minute .89. Speroni, actually Christy Williams got it on the far side in 9. Sorry, threw me there a little bit there on the timing board. I'm looking at 57.79 for Christy Williams. I think that might be a misread there, because he wasn't that far ahead of Ben Perkins. I thought that was absolutely neck and neck, and Ben Perkins has come in with a 1 minute .89. If anything, Perkins might have been marginally in front, so we'll wait for official clarification. And on to heat number 4. From this near side, David Couch of Leeds Beckett, William Redwood of Kent, Alex Bundarian of Brunel, Cameron Kelly Liverpool John Moore, John Law of Stirling in the S13 category, James Bailey of Durham, Matthew Evans of Aberystwyth, Benjamin Davis Sheffield, Cian Clunan of Queen's Belfast, and Gregory Llewellyn of Aberystwyth. So John Law in the S13 category Also the fastest man in the heat, 59.8 coming in. Durham's James Bailey, 59.82. There's in fact 4 men in the centre, separated by just 1600ths. But again, we look towards the far side. Lane number 7, Benjamin Davis of Sheffield. He's out in front. Lane 2, Alex Bandarian of Brunel. These two are going to go neck and neck into the final couple of metres. It goes to Benjamin Davis in 7:58.22. 2/10 behind is Bandarian in lane 2. And then comes Cameron Kelly, Liverpool, John Moore, James Bailey of Durham. And John Law, the fastest on paper coming in, settles for 7th in a 1:01.77, well outside his entry. Concludes heat number 4. So 10 of these heats to come. Shortly moving on to heat number 5. So on this near side, Sam Owen of Exeter, Jacob Boyle of York, Liam Clegg St Andrews, Harry Wellington of Gloucester in the S13 category, Cian Erry of Southampton, Daniel Jones of Gloucester, Morgan Chamberlain Strathclyde, Carl Andreas Wathney of Bristol, Jack O'Connell Worcester, and Matt McPherson Cardiff Met. So again, another tight fight between the centre and the far lanes. Lane number 4, Cian Erry of Southampton. Can he outtouch lane 7's Carl Andreas Watney? He does, just 57.61 for Erry. 58.02 for Watney. Several others under the minute mark. Jack O'Connell, Matt McPherson, Daniel Jones, Liam Clegg from St Andrews taking out the top 3, in fact. So that was heat 5 of 10 to come, or 10 in total. And move on to heat number 6. So heat 6, Matteo Rosavio of Bradford. From this near side, Vincent Langley of Bristol, Oliver Carter of Stirling in the S10, Danny Pirrett, University West of England, Eddie Watson, Robert Gordon, Jamie Whitehead, Coventry, Nick Payne of Leicester, Emil Berkey of Hertfordshire, Kajetil Rem of University West of England, and Richard James of Durham. Every entry time now under 59 seconds. And these will just get quicker and quicker. To give you an idea, heat number 10, every entry time under 56 seconds. And this time we do have lane 4 out in front. We've had a mix of lanes over the first 5 heats. But lane 4, Eddie Watson, 58 seconds dead coming into this. Takes the win in the heat. Lane number 7, Emil Berkey. And then Jettel Rem on the far side, 58.08 to round out third place. Again, something in the water on the far side, I feel. Plenty of top threes and wins coming from lanes 7, 8 and 9 in this 100 metre freestyle. And as the competition has gone on, we were here on Friday evening, we were here all day yesterday, and the support just gets louder and louder. It's right to my left and right as well, so if you do hear plenty of screaming and shouting, it's all good, it's all support. Teams sat in little pockets around the arena, so screams come from different directions on every occasion. There we are, heat number 7, Raphael Ryder of King's College in 0, then Socrates Vulgarakis of Kent, Ben Wilkinson, Anglia Ruskin, Tom Harrop of Manchester, Dan Prosser of Chichester, Jacob Darby of Warwick, Dominic Frost of Nottingham, Konstantin Kapendanzi of Bournemouth, Ed Saxon of Sheffield and Ben Smith of Manchester. 56.98 from Chichester's Dan Prosser. Dominic Frost in the lead currently of Nottingham, 57.24 his entry. And he's got half a yard into the final 15. And it's again on the far side, it's going to be around about a top 3. So lane 6 gets it, Dominic Frost. Then again, lane 7 and 8, tied for second place, 56.94 from Bournemouth and Sheffield. 56.13 for the winner, Dominic Frost. And if you did miss out on the overall event scoring, there is a point system to see who is the best university at these championships. Currently, it's Loughborough leading on 229 points, Stirling on 174, and then Edinburgh on 162. Outside the top 3, Bath on 117, bit of work to do. And that'll be concluded and fought over from 2:30 p.m. onwards in the finals. But for now, back to heat 8 in the men's 100 metre freestyle. Birchall of Anglia Ruskin in 0, McCavitt of Leeds Beckett in 1, Bazid of Queen Mary in 2, Hutchins of Cardiff in 4, Mayer of St Andrews in 4, Morris of Cardiff in 5, Akalenko of King's College in 6, Bolton of Birmingham in 7, Elias of St George's in 8, and Buttle of Surrey in 9. 3 men come into this with a 56.5, that's Hutchins, Mayer and Morris. But again, lane 7, George Bolton this time fighting with Felix Mayer in lane 4. And George Bolton gets it by 8 hundredths in lane 7, the man from Birmingham. Mayer of St Andrews in lane number 4, 55.69. And then Leeds Beckett's Ewan McCavitt, 56.71 in lane 1. And we're going to move on to heat number 9 of 10 before we move on to the women's and men's breaststrokes. So heat 9, Lewis White of Manchester Metropolitan in the S9 category, as you can see. Joseph Woolard of Exeter, Rhys Llewellyn of Sunderland, Andrew Duckworth Imperial, Alfie Bones of Leeds, Clive Marquis of Portsmouth, Jonathan Quinn Aberdeen, Harry Weston Lancaster, Oyston of Rainbow of Imperial, and Jack Jackson of Hertfordshire. Every single time 56.4 or under. The BUCS record in the 100-metre freestyle, to give you some idea of time, is a 49.1. That was set by Benjamin Proud in 2016 of St Mark and St John University. And now lanes 5 and 6 fighting it out. That's Marquis and Quinn. Quinn with the advantage. Andrew Duckworth coming through in 3. Andrew Duckworth does take second, in fact, so Quinn wins it in 55.04. Duckworth in 55.42. And then we go to Alfie Bones of Leeds, 55.85. But a good win for Quinn in 9. And then we'll move on to our final heat in this event. And Edwin Young on the YouTube chat. Go Clive Marquis of Portsmouth. Well, he came 4th, Edwin. Here we are then, final heat, heat number 10. Into the water goes Rhys Ashton of Leeds, Harry Muse of Sheffield Hallam, Thomas Owen East Anglia, Jay Snowden of Cardiff Metropolitan, Alex Evans of Southampton, Leo Shawadi of Salford, Adam Poole of Lincoln, Kyle Penton of Coventry, Harry Moore of East Anglia, and Alex Rosser of Swansea in the S14 category. So Alex Evans leads at the turn. Ahead of lane 0, Rhys Ashton of Leeds. Evans' entry time 54.8, the only man in the pool under 55 seconds. Jay Snowden was at 55.01, so just outside. And it's still between lanes 4, that's Alex Evans, lane 0, Rhys Ashton, and also lanes 6 and 8, Poole and Moore. And it goes to Rhys Ashton in lane 0, 54.37. Wonderful time from Ashton. Evans settles for second place of Southampton in lane 4, 54.82. And then we go to Jay Snowden, Cardiff Met, to his side in lane 3, 54.95, so 3 men under 55 seconds. The quickest of which, 54.73 from Rhys Ashton of Leeds. So now we go back to event 505. It's the women's mixed classification 100-metre breaststroke. This is heat number 1. We're only going to see 4 heats because we saw the fastest 3 a little bit earlier. So in heat 1, from lane 2, Hannah Costello of Sunderland, Rebecca Johnson of Kent, then in 5, Orla Duffy of Lancaster, in 6, Helena Phillips Coventry, and then Megan Chuk Cheng of King's College in Southern. If you do have a look on Twitter and use the hashtag BUCS Nationals or search that hashtag, you can see action coming from every single direction. Badminton, athletics, a couple of nice images from the swimming going on. There's even a bit of fencing involved. Judo, karate, a big BUCS national weekend in BUCS' centenary year. And it's lane 5, Orla Duffy of Lancaster, who's leading heat number 1. Hannah Costello in lane 2, the closest to her, but a 1:35.53 for Duffy, followed by Costello and Johnson. And Phillips and Cheng round out the heat. So here we go then with heat number 2. And this is a diving start. You can see they don't need to clear the pool. It makes it a little bit quicker as well. And in heat 2, in the pool, Zita Edwards of Southampton, Sophie Lawson Lincoln, Hannah Osborne Bournemouth, Charis Dowson Newcastle, Melissa Carter Edgehill, Nisha Desai York, Kate Irwin Cardiff, Juliet Buckle Sheffield, Jade Burton of Bournemouth and Nicole Mackenzie of Southampton. So very tight indeed between lanes 2, 3, 5, 8 and 9 for second place, but the lead a clear Zita Edwards of Southampton on this near side. Uncatchable in heat number 2, 1:21.52, 6 seconds quicker than her entry time, so great racing. And we'll move on to heat number 3. Heat number 3 or 4 in the pool, or entering the pool very shortly. Here we go. Emily Haitley of Lincoln, Eleanor Calcutt of Durham, Scarlett Tang of Kiel, Ariane Matana of London, Megan Jones of Lancaster, Eleanor Griffin of York, Charlotte Bagley, Nottingham Trent, Bethany Elmer of Kent, Kate Gillies of Aberdeen, and Portsmouth Rebecca Hawkins, who's getting support from Rory Minor on the YouTube chat. Let's go Becca Hawkins, go Portsmouth. And also a message of support for Katie of Aberdeen. That's Katie Gillies in lane 8. Keep these messages coming in. I do try and read out as many as possible. If I can do them at the right time as well, I'll absolutely try my best. So Katie and Becky, in fact, next to each other in lanes 8 and 9. Plenty of support on the streaming chat. But it's Eleanor Griffin of York in the pool, leading by some yardage. The fight for second, in fact, is being led by Rebecca Hawkins. On the far side in lane 9, half a yard ahead inside her is Katie Gillies. They can hear you on the streaming, I'm sure of it. Lane 5 takes it, Eleanor Griffin, and the fight for second and third, it's going to go to Rebecca Hawkins, 1:23.51. Third place goes inside to Charlotte Bagley. Katie Gilly settles for fifth in 1:24.81. Plus fourth place went to this near side Charlotte Tang of Kiel, but good racing. Eleanor Griffin of York takes it 1:18.4. The only lady under 1:20. And we're going to move on to the final one. Heat number 4. And then we'll move on to the men's equivalent. And in heat number 4, Ellen Morley of Sheffield Hallam, Emma J. Hudson of Kiel, Alice Ball of Sheffield Hallam, Natasha Profit of Bangor, Cardiff Metropolitan teammates Hannah Reid and Inez Griffin, Glasgow's Victoria Reid, Bangor's Amber Alford, East Anglia's Emily Sellin, and St Andrews' Alicia Crook. And indeed, well done Becca, coming from Charles Brown. On the streaming chat service, there's a box. If you're watching it full screen, minimise the screen a little bit and you'll get a chat box to the right hand side. And go Kiel. That's Emma J. Hudson for Kiel in this one from Brandon Munemo. Let's get back to the pool. Very tight at the halfway stage here in heat number 4. Out in front, Natasha Profit of Bangor. Maybe just, yep, indeed, ahead of Sellin, Alford, Reid. Oh, just a second or so. Sellin the closest in 0.23, 100th back to Alford. And it's Profit and Reid, Bangor and Cardiff Metropolitan in the middle. On the far side, lanes 7 and 8, Amber Alford and Emily Sellin. They might have something to say about Natasha Profit's lead into the final 15. It's going to be very tight indeed, in fact. On the far side, it is coming back. Alford and Sellin coming back to challenge Profit. We're down to the final stroke. It is just Profit, 1:20.59. 0.6 back to Emily Sellin and Amber Alford. Alford actually taking second place. And it was closer than that. It's 0.26 of a second back to Alford, then Emily Sellin. And it's pretty close between Ellen Morley, Jay Hudson, Alice Ball. That is tight across the field. But Natasha Profit at 1:20.59, good enough for heat number 4. And now we go back to the men's event 5:06 if you want to be very official about things. The men's mixed classification 100 metre breaststroke. We're going to see 6 heats. In heat number 1, got Gareth Pickin, Cardiff Metropolitan, in the SB6 category. Joshua Monaghan-Coombs of Bath in the SB8 category. And then Jake Doyle of Derby. Entry times 1:27.97 from Joshua Monaghan. 1:31 Jake Doyle from Derby. And then a 2:40 for Gareth Pickin. Again, the SB6 and the SB8 being recognised in this one. At the halfway, just 2.91 separating Doyle and Monaghan-Coombs. Monaghan-Coombs in the SB8 representing Bath. He had the fastest entry time, 1:27.97. It's Jake Doyle that leads though, 1:31 coming in. And he should be well under that with just 15 to go. What's the time going to be? It is a 1:28.33, so in fact just outside, 0.4 of a second outside his entry time. Joshua Monaghan-Coombs in the SB8 of Bath, a 1:30.93. Then you have Gareth Pickin of the SB6 category, Cardiff Metropolitan, came in with a 2:40. So that's going to be pretty tight. 25 to go for Pickin. And onto the streaming chat service. Jane Simpson, I like it. Get your call in early. Gives me a lot better chance of reading it out on time. I will read it out on time, I promise you. Cameron coming up in our next heat. So again, if you want all the information you could ever dream of, go onto the BUCS website. Got live streaming, of course, available to you, but also everything I've got in front of me on paper as well, which is the entries, the rules, the point system, etc., etc. And also live results. So you see the times come up, it's when they finish the races, but if you want a log of all of the results, it's all available to you. And there's Gareth Pickin finishing in a 2:45.53. So just outside his entry. And we'll move on to heat number 2. In fact, Jack Doyle from Derby has come up as disqualified on the scoreboard. So some sort of technical infringement from Doyle. And here we go then, heat number 2. From this near side in 1, Alistair McRae, Glasgow, Caledonia. Jetal Rem of University West of England in 2. Lawrence Beeling in Manchester Metropolitan in 3. Dariush Akelgoob of Manchester in 4. Carlos Tirado Gutier of Manchester in 5. Cameron Simpson of Northampton goes in 6. And there we go, Jane. Go Cameron Simpson of Northampton, 100-metre breaststroke. Then Ryan Baker of Durham in Southern, and Nathan Bradley of Kiel goes in 8. And it's a quick start from Dariush of Manchester in 4. Also lane 3, Lawrence Beeling of Manchester Metropolitan. So there's a good rivalry there in the centre 3 lanes. 2 from Manchester University, 1 from Manchester Metropolitan. 2 men with a 1:20. It's the teammates from Manchester, Gutier and Abelkoob. But it's Simpson that leads. There we go. Isn't that good, Jane Hay? He did hear you. I thought he might hear you. He leads Beeling. And in lane 3, Lawrence Beeling has a little bit of work to do. Simpson also has a challenge from Tirado Gutier in 5. Simpson's entry time 1:20.3, so 3/10 slower than the 2 men inside him from Manchester. But he's streaking away into the final 10 metres. It will be a win in heat number 2 for Cameron Simpson of Northampton. Leaving lanes 3 and 5 in his wake. That's Beeling and Tirado Gutier. And then comes lane 2, Jetal Rem. Lane 4, Dariush Akelgoob settling for 5th, in fact. Fastest man on paper, settling for 5th. And in comes Nathan Bradley, and we'll wait for Alistair McRae in lane 1. But congratulations, Jane. Great win there from Cameron Simpson, Northampton, in lane 6, 1:13.7. 7 seconds quicker than his entry time. And we'll shortly move on to heat number 3. And in this heat, Jacob Brazier of Chichester, Henry Butler of Leicester, Ezra Dunford Bangor Alexi Lindo of Glasgow, Cian Cloonan of Queen's Belfast, Manson Mack of King's College, Dante Ben Mataleni of Bangor, Laith Raja Al Farouk of Kent, Harry Faulkner of Leicester, and Jacob Rees-Bidder of Cardiff. So a good lead at the halfway stage. Manson Mack, King's College. Cian Cloonan, Queen's Belfast, not joining us in the pool. So the closest man to him now, Alexi Lindo of Glasgow. 34.2 at the turn. So first and second is going to be wrapped up fairly confidently here in heat number 3. Fourth place going to go to lane 1 possibly. Does indeed. Henry Butler rounding that out. So Manson Mack a 113.4, Alexi Lindo a 115.11. And Henry Butler on this near side, 116.91. And 113.4 is a couple of seconds quicker than the entry time of Manson Mack, so a good swim from him. On the streaming chat, Chloe Matthews, I've made a note of that, okay? She's going to get a shout out at the right time. It's a good 15-20 minutes until we're going to see Emily Auckland. She's going in heat number 2 off the women's 50-metre butterfly. But for now, we stick with the breaststroke. On to heat number 4 from the near side. Evan Price Lincoln, Joe Thorpe Sheffield, Tima Aiden of Portsmouth, Joshua Devine Canterbury, Charlie Madden of Kiel, Callum Gorman Leeds, Brendan Comyn of York, Luke Timbrell Hertfordshire, Thomas Boyd Northampton, and Oliver Ross Bristol. So deep into heat number 4, far side lane number 8, Thomas Boyd of Northampton. Leading Brendan Comyn of York. So the central lanes, the fastest entries. Being left behind for the far side, 112.75 from Boyd, 113.32 Comyn. Then on this near side, Timur Aiden of Portsmouth, and then comes Charlie Madden of Kiel in a 1:14.43. So a good win from the far side for Northampton's Boyd. And now we go to heat number 5. Support for Matty to my left-hand side as Matthew Martin of Lancaster. But the full pool comprised by Joshua Patel in 0, Matthew Martin Lancaster in 1, Ryan Lampros Southampton in 2, Stuart Eastwood BUCS in 3, Max Friedman of Portsmouth in 4, Durham's Ben Lawton in 5, Nottingham's Oswald Hood in 6, Bournemouth's Joseph McLean in 7, York Stephen Stanley in 8, and East Anglia's Thomas Arkle in 9. And right, you're starting to send in lots of messages now on the YouTube chat. And Jane, you're correct, it was a great swim from Cameron. Ellen Morley also doing very well, thanks Andrew. Neve, go Thomas from your flatmate. That was in the previous heat. Pompey in the pool, plenty of thumbs up and muscles showing. Jane Simpson, go Northampton. Neve, very happy with Tom's performance, of course. Also is Jordan Brown, very pleased with Tom's showing in the pool in the previous heat. And back to heat 5 in lane 4. Max Friedman of Portsmouth coming through. It's a tight challenge with Stephen Stanley of York on the far side. It does go to Friedman just of Portsmouth. A 1:10.13, fastest time we've seen so far in these heats, the earlier heats. Stephen Stanley of York down in 8, a 1:10.33. So just 2 tenths separating them. Then we go to Oswald Hurd, 1:11 on the button. And then 4th place again to the far side, Thomas Arkle, East Anglia. Matthew Martin unfortunately showing as disqualified in lane number 1. But a good win, Friedman of Portsmouth, 1:10.13. And quickly back to the chat from Kia Graham. Good luck Jade Burton from Bournemouth, going back to back with the 100 breast and 200 metre IM heats up next. I'll make a note next to Jade Burton's names in my little bit of paper. Come back to those, I always try to. And we're going to move on to heat number 6. So heat 6, Tom Parker on the near side of East Anglia, Adam Bagley of Oxford, Sergio Chetty of Chichester, Daniel Pearson Royal Holloway, Jamie Holmes at University West of England, Tom Howarth leads Beckett, Alan Chew Bath, Lewis Bailey of Robert Gordon, Sean Davies of Lancaster, and Jeremy Knuckles of Surrey. This is heat number 6 on our final heat of this event. So some congratulations there to Max Friedman from Edwin Young. Thanks for joining us. Commenting on Max's win in heat number 5. So fastest entry for heat 6. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 coming in within the 1:08 category or barrier. And then nobody outside 1:10.10. So Howarth leads at the halfway mark, 0.6 back to Knuckles, 6.5 back to Bagley, 0.8 back to Sheet, and just a second back, one furthermore. So very tight indeed at the halfway stage. Lane 5 though, Tom Howarth of Leeds Beckett, turned in 31.59. He leads into the final 25. To both sides, he has Jamie Holmes and Alan Chew in lane number 2. Sergei Cheat of Chichester, who could even take this away from Howarth in the last 5 metres or so. This is going to come right down to the final stroke. He doesn't, it's very close indeed. So Howarth holds on to his early lead. 1:09.13, first man under 1:10. Then comes Sergei Cheat, 1:09.29. It's just 16 hundredths behind. And then Jamie Holmes, University West of England, 1:09.55. Those 3 men under 1:10, as is Daniel Pearson just in a 1:09.95. So that concludes the heats for the men's 100 metre breaststroke. We'll then move on to the women's 200 metre individual medley. That's event 507. And we're going to see 3 heats. Heat number 1, you have Grace Harvey of Manchester in the SM6 category, Claire Harris of Manchester, Sophie Chillingworth of Cardiff, Rhiannon Flynn of Hull, and Maria Taggart of Bangor. This is the women's mixed classification 200 metre individual medley, heat number 1 of 3. So approaching the 3/4 mark in this heat number 1. And your leader is Sophie Chillingworth of Cardiff. And she'll lead into the final freestyle leg. The margin of about 4 metres or so. 2:15 with 50 to go. And the 4 metre lead is equivalent to 4.84 seconds. And Harris is 5.3 behind. Chillingworth's entry time at 2:55.13. It's going to be fairly nip and tuck close to that. In lane 3, Claire Harris of Manchester, 2:58.55. I'll tell you what, lane 2, in fact, not with us. So lane 4, Sophie Chillingworth, 2:56.26. So a second outside her entry. Lane 3, Claire Harris, a 3 minutes, 0.36. So she's also just outside. And rounded out then by Flynn and Taggart, 3:04 and 3:02s. Again, just 3 heats for you in this event. And this is heat number 2 of 3. Comprised of Jade Forster of Manchester, Rebecca Leadbetter of Kiel, Matilda Harper, University West of England, Alex West Aberystwyth, Megan Reckless Southampton, Megan Mann Newcastle, Rian Mather East Anglia, Nisha Desai of York, Alice Venkatesan of Durham, and Natasha Booth of Leeds Beckett. Halfway leader, Megan Mann, 1:16 on the nose at the halfway stage. Then comes Megan Reckless and Natasha Booth on the far side, but very tight indeed. Lanes 1, 2 and 4, Ledbetter, Harper and Reckless. All very close. Even lane 0 on the breaststroke leg coming back into this. And I think Rhian Mather of East Anglia in lane 6 has got her nose in front on the third leg. Lane number 9, Natasha Booth of Leeds Beckett, also pushing from the far side. But it is Mather 2:07.12, 1.25 back to Booth, 2.2 back to Reckless, and Desai and Mann on around about the 3-second mark. So who's got the strongest freestyle? Can Rhian Mather hold on for East Anglia? Her entry time was a 2:44, so it's going to be very close to that, but that's kind of irrelevant at the minute. Just going for a bit of pride here in the heats. And she's going to win this comfortably in the end by a couple of metres or so. Megan Reckless coming through to take second on this near side lane 0. Natasha Booth will be very tight indeed though. She does 2:49.28 for Forster in the near side. 2:48.82 for Reckless. But all behind the 2:47.21 of Rhian Mather. And move on to heat number 3, the final heat of these 3. And that's where we find Jade Burton. Message from Kia Graham for Jade on the streaming chat section. Good luck, Jade Burton from Bournemouth, going back to back with the 100 breast and the 200 metre individual medley heats. So many athletes competing in so many races across the weekend. See their names cropping up again and again and again. So here we go, heat number 3. From the near side, Catherine Leslie of Aberdeen, Zin Kwong Queen Mary, Kerry Thorman of Glasgow, Nicola Lawrence Portsmouth, Abigail Proctor Sheffield, Ella Stillwell Southampton, Hannah Rowe Kiel, Jade Burton of Bournemouth, Melissa Carter Edgehill and Charis Dowson of Newcastle. So first leg leader, Rowe ahead of Proctor, Lawrence, Stillwell and Dowson. .2:38 was the time coming in from Abigail Proctor of Sheffield. Lane number 9, Charis Dowson doing well from Newcastle. And lane 6, Hannah Rowe. Ella Stillwell just with a hand out in front at the halfway mark. Lane number 3, Nicola Lawrence also doing pretty well. She turns in third at the halfway stage. Good turns from Burton and Dowson in the far side lanes. And it always amazes me how things can change over the second half of a medley race. As you can see right now, almost got a 5-way lead with Lawrence, Stillwell, Rowe, Burton, on the far side Dowson. It will be Stillwell and Rowe to turn first. And look at that, Jade Burton's come from 5th right through to 3rd with 50 metres to go. Who's got the strongest freestyle? And it's Hannah Rowe with a couple of metres advantage with 30 metres to go. We've now got 3 out in front, a clear 3 out in front, lanes 5, 6 and 7. Stillwell, Rowe and Burton. And it looks to be Hannah Rowe is going to maintain that couple of metres advantage into the final 10 and take the win here in heat number 3. But the fight for second between Stillwell and Burton is going to go right down to the final 5. It's going to be right down to the last half a final stroke. It goes to Stillwell ahead of Burton. 2:39.07 for Hannah Rowe. Only woman under 2:40. Then a 4:41.12 from Stillwell. 2/10 behind is Jade Burton. And then comes in Nicola Lawrence of Portsmouth. Then comes in Charlie Dowson of Newcastle. So pretty tight with 100 to go. Finally came down to 3. Hannah Rowe walking away with it by a couple of metres in the end. And a good fight for second and third between Stillwell and Burton. The former taking the place of Southampton ahead of Bournemouth. And now we move, of course, back to the men's. This is event 508, the men's 200-metre individual medley mixed classification. We're going to see 4 heats in this one. In heat number 1, just 2 taking parts in lanes 4 and 5. So we've got Lawrence Beeling of Manchester Metropolitan and Cameron Kelly, Liverpool John Moore. Both entry times of 2:42. So halfway stage, Kelly leading Beeling by just 0.43. No surprise, again, entry times both 2:42. And into the final 25, it's Beeling that's taken the march on Kelly. So we'll take the win here in heat number 1. In fact, Kelly coming back into the final few metres. It's just going to be a very small margin indeed. It is less than a second separating them. 2:36.91 for Beeling, 2:37.65 for Kelly. So both 6 seconds under their entry time. So good racing, good swimming. And then we'll move on to heat number 2. Again, 4 heats in this one. Then we move on to the 50-metre butterflies. So from the near side, Michael Taylor of Aberystwyth, Jonah Philpott of Nottingham Trent, Jacob Boyle York, Yung Seng Zhang of London, Manto Tai of Exeter, George Alton of Leeds, Robin Cusack Southampton, and Ronan Payne Glasgow Caledonia. An absolutely flying start there from Yang So Zheng of London. 2:30 on the entry, and already a body length advantage at 25 metres. So Zhang growing that lead throughout the first 150 metres. Lanes 2 and 6, that's Philpott and Alton, closest men to him. Zhang a 1:47.50. Again, his entry time was a 2:30. That's going to be absolutely destroyed here in heat number 2. There's George Alton, closest man to him from Leeds. Then comes Jonah Philpott, and inside him a late charge coming from Jacob Boyle of York. But the time from Zhang is going to be a 2:21.54. Then comes Alton of Leeds. Still a good time, inside 2:30. Then a little bit closer at the end. Philpott just holding off Boyle and Manto Tai. And then the outside lanes are going to close things out. Michael Taylor 2:45.12. It's a couple of tenths ahead of Ronan Payne in 8. And then comes in Robin Kushak. But a great performance by Zhang of London, 2:21.54 in heat number 2. And on to heat number 3 from the near side. You're going to see Dariush Abelkoob of Manchester, Miguel Armstrong of Imperial, Ben Lawton of Durham, Daniel Schindler, University College London, Jacob Robson, Liverpool, Jake Williams, East Anglia, Lachlan Coldfield, St Andrews, Ewan McCavitt, Leeds Beckett, Jack Wilson, Hull, and Sam Grimshaw, Leeds. 2:24 Jacob Robson came in with, he's the fastest entry. 2:24.92 Jake Williams. So heat number 3 going the way of lane number 3. Daniel Schindler, University College London. And lane number 1, Miguel Armstrong, Imperial. He reached the halfway stage 107.5. Schindler reached it in 104.14, so a fairly significant lead. That's maintained. 3.1 behind with 50 to go. McCavitt 4.78. Robson within 5 seconds also. And nobody is going to catch Daniel Schindler. And there's a great fight on for second in this heat, because Ewan McKevitt of Leeds Beckett is now in this involved as well. Lane 4, Robson of Liverpool. Lane 1, Miguel Armstrong. So Schindler's going to take the win, and in fact in lane 7, McCavitt of Leeds Beckett is going to come through and take second in this one. He does indeed. 2:25.46. 5/10 ahead of Jack Robson in 4. Then comes Williams and Caulfield, but a great last 50 from McCavitt. And a great race from Schindler in 3. And Ben Lawton just rounding out the heat before we move on to our 4th and final heat in this event. Before we fly through the men's and the women's 50-metre butterflies coming up very shortly, just a few minutes away. In heat number 4 of event 508 though, the mixed classification 200-metre men's individual medley. You're going to see Ben Reid of St Andrews, Lewis Bailey of Robert Gordon, Brandon Chan of Warwick, Christopher Harbour of Southampton, Artur Akalenko King's College, William Metcalf of Hertfordshire, Brendan Comyn of York, Simon Scully of Portsmouth, George Takow of Glasgow, and Dan Wheeler of Leeds Beckett. This is heat number 4, the final heat in this event. William Metcalf, Hertfordshire, leads into the halfway mark. Lane 2's Brandon Chan, very close also. In lane 8, far side, George Takow of Glasgow. And on the near side, all spread right across the pool here, because Ben Reid of St Andrews currently sits inside the top 3. Lewis Bailey looking for a strong breaststroke leg. There's William Metcalf, Hertfordshire again, still out in front, not being chased down too hard at the moment. Brandon Chan of Warwick, still the closest man to him. Let's see what the advantage is into the final 50. It's not much at all. It's 144, 177 back to Bailey. And then Chan and Reid 298, so it's going to be down to those top 3, possibly 4. And can Metcalf hold on? He's only got 25 metres to hang on for. And look at this near side, all happening in lanes 0, 1 and 2, Reid, Bailey and Chan. And then lane 6 and 9, Comyn and Wheeler, leaving things right to the last minute. You will go to Metcalf though, heat number 4. In lane 1, Lewis Bailey comes through right at the death. And then lane 2, Brandon Chan. So the timing not registering. There we go for Ewan Bailey. Lewis Bailey, sorry. Ewan's my name. 2:20.29. Brandon Chan will take third place in a 2:22.17. Ben Reed fourth in 2:23.08. But the win, the only man under 2:20, is a 2:19.04 for William Metcalf in 5. And now we clear the pool. We're going to move on to event 5:09. This is the women's 50-metre butterfly. We've got 8 heats in this one, but don't let that number daunt you. They're all going to be over in about 33, 34 seconds each. And then, of course, the men's butterfly, of which will have 10 heats. So 18 heats of 50 metres to come. But again, it'll all be over very, very quickly. So don't take, if you're waiting for somebody in the 50 metres, don't take your eyes off the screen. And here we go with heat number 1. 5 contending. Marina Sakira of Bedfordshire in 2, Zin Kwong of Queen Mary in 3, Rebecca Romain Aberystwyth in 4, Steph Lee of Kiel in 5, and Millie Pettigrew of Bangor in 6. 38.62 the time of Rebecca Romain, Aberystwyth. 3 seconds separating the field. This is heat 1. A cracking start from Marina Sakiri of Bedfordshire. Best on the dives. A good meter. Takes that lead through the halfway stage. Zin Kwong of Queen Mary to her inside. They're fanning out from left to right across the pool. Draw a straight angled line. And Maria Sakiri taking advantage of that cracking dive in. And she'll take the win ahead of Kwong and Romain. And this is going to go first to fifth from left to right, is it? Just changed at the end. Pettigrew in 4th, in fact. Lee was 5th. The win going to Sakira behind. Kwong 2nd, Rebecca Romain 3rd, a 34.39. And that's 6 seconds quicker than her entry time. So great swimming. And now on to heat number 2. And some nice messages coming in for competitors in this heat. So from the near side, Danica Moat of Chichester, Victoria Parrott of Kent, Rebecca Reed Durham, Lily Metcalf Liverpool, Maria Taggart Bangor, Ellie Williams Exeter, Laura Nix Gloucester, Emily Auckland Brunel, Rhiannon Flynn Hull and Harriet Smith Queen Mary. So lots of Go Emily from Chloe Matthews. And also Mark Auckland, Let's Go Emily. And some nice messages, of course, for Harriet Smith as well. But in the pool, it's lane number 5, Ellie Williams, with a clear lead. Lane 3, Lily Metcalf, closest to her. Lane 7, Emily Auckland, currently lying in 3rd. It's going to be close between lane 1, though, Victoria Parrott. Who's going to get it? It does go Ellie Williams the win, you can see. Then Lily Metcalf, Emily Auckland coming through to take 3rd place. Incredibly tight heat. Just pipping Victoria Parrott in lane 1 to 4th. Then comes Rebecca Reed. Harriet Smith, great support on line, finishing 6th. And there's been a disqualification for Maria Taggart in that heat. But it's still Ellie Williams taking the win. Lily Metcalf first, Emily Auckland 3rd. 31.74 the winning time in the heat. Into heat number 3. From the near side, Parsons of University West of England, Ho of London, Heavey of Kiel, Ramos of Manchester, McCusker of Bournemouth, Venables of Worcester, Edwards of Southampton, Watmore of Winchester, Millian Liverpool John Moore and G of Kent. And in fact, it was Rion giving the shout out to Harriet, so I was looking through the messages, looking for that message, Rion. And now back to heat number 3. Much tighter affair. Although Zita Edwards of Southampton with a march on the rest of the field. Very hard to call. Second and third currently somewhere between lanes 3 and 7. Ramos and Watmore. The win will go to Edwards, 32.05. Ramos takes second place, 33.4, and then comes Watmore. So it was those three out in front. A great win though for Edwards of Southampton, 32.05. Very good time. And we don't stop, we go straight into the next heat. Heat number 4 from the near side. Canning of St Andrews, Hope of Derby, Gambriel of Chichester, McCulloch of Exeter, Pollard of Bradford, Rayner of Manchester, Woodhouse of Brunel, Walker of Salford, Brooke of Leicester, and teammate Dolan in 9. A long time spent underwater for Olivia Pollard of Bradford there. And it's her and Grace Rayner of Manchester down the middle. Far side, lane 8, Holly Brooke of Leicester. She's up in the top 3 with 15 to go. To her right-hand side, Georgia Dolan, also the Leicester teammates, but coming through in lane number 4. Cracking second 25 from Olivia Pollard. She'll take the win. Second place will go to Grace Rayner in 5. And then comes George Dolan of Leicester. And in fact, there's a number 1 next to Holly Brooke's name. To do some maths in my head. So Olivia Pollard 30.9. Then comes a 32 point. Yes, 32 point was a Holly Brooke second place. So there was a delay in Olivia Pollard's time coming up. Then Georgia Dolan in 3rd. And then Elizabeth McCulloch 33.65. So just confirmation on the scoreboard there as well. So another good event there, another heat coming up. We're not going to stop. We're going to go straight into heat number 4. In fact, I can't even keep up myself. This is heat number 5. So heat number 5. From the near side, Palmer of Hertfordshire, Grant of Cardiff, Mondale of King's College, Jones of Coventry, Pearson of Southampton, Cash of Ulster, Reid of Liverpool, Leslie of Aberdeen, Kirkpatrick of Lancaster, and Blades of Cardiff. Fastest entry, 31.9 from lane 4's Lucy Pearson. Lane 6, out in front, Freya Reid of Liverpool. Also lane 8, Claudia Kirkpatrick of Lancaster. She's out there. In these near side lanes, 0 and 1, Bethany Palmer, Ailey Grant. Can't call this one. Very close indeed. It does go to the near side, first and second. Bethany Palmer followed by Ailey Grant. 31.99, just dipping under 32 seconds. Ailey Grant 32.24. Then comes Fiona Cash in 5, 32.34. Look at that, very tight indeed. 9 of them within a about 2-second margin. And on to heat number 6. Let's not hang around. From the near side, Ross, Chung, Skepanadu, Felsted, Jones, Marsden, Sale, Eckersley, Jones and Buckley. So again on this near side, lane 0, leading the race to 25 metres. That's Catherine Ross, this time of Bath. In the middle, lane 4, Hannah Jones, Edge Hill coming through. Lane 7, Sarah Eckersley of Sheffield. And lane number 3, Amy Felsted. This is going to be between 4. Could go lane 0's way. Again, it does. 30.37. Incredible time. Catherine Ross of Bath. Second place goes to Amy Felsted. Cracking second 25 metres, the woman from Portsmouth. And then Hannah Jones, Edge Hill, is beaten just, or she's third in fact, 30.78. So 3 women under 30 or under 31 seconds. Catherine Ross, a 30.37, the quickest. And on to heat 7. From the near side, Slater, Proctor, Williams, Tomlinson, Palmer Jones, Warnes, Jones, Demery, Davey and Flick. with so many athletes taking part in so many events. So back-to-back, plenty to watch, plenty of support, so many people taking part. Fellow athletes around the stadium. And in 4, Lauren Palmer-Jones of York. Are we going to finally see a win from lane number 4? It looks like it to her right-hand side. Lily Warnes is chasing. It does go to Palmer-Jones at 30.21, ahead of 30.55 for Warnes of Surrey, and 31.06 Caitlin Demery of Swansea. They're the top 3. On to heat number 8. There's Richardson in lane 0, then Blissett, Stridham, Townsend, Smith, Felgate, Cucurella, George, Schmidt and Zolkowski. So again we look towards the centre lanes, but it's 3 and 5. Katie Townsend and Amy Felgate. On the far side, lane number 9, Louisa Zolkowski. She's currently in the top 3 with 15 to go. This is the tightest heat so far, apart from lane 5. Amy Felgate's going to take the win. 29.67, first woman under 30 seconds. And then we go down to lane 0, Amy Richardson of Edge Hill. Inside her, Emily Blissett in lane 1 of Surrey. In fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 swimmers under 31 seconds. Fastest heat by some margin so far. And that's it for the women in the 50-metre butterfly. Back to the men. So same rapid pace again. Ten heats to come. Heat number 1, Patanka, Dewey Barron and Mullen. Mullen in the S5 category. So 25 to go, neck and neck between Patanka and Dewey Barron. Patanka moving away in the final 15 metres. And he's going to win this one from lane 3 is Patanka. Winning time will be 32.07. Over 6 seconds quicker than his entry. And a cracking swim from Andrew Mullen in lane 5. Entry was 37.35, so he's going to be outside that. But an admirable performance from the S5 category athlete. And we're straight on to heat number 2. We'll have Latvinen, Carter, Broad, Taylor, Evans, Snowden-Jones, Huggins, Coote, O'Connell and Allen. .32.02, the fastest entry. That's courtesy of Jacob Evans in 4. But what a start from lane 6. Rory Huggins has absolutely blown the field apart. You won't see many leads like this on a 50-metre butterfly. Crikey. And that is a 25.43. And that is a type of time good enough to get him into the final. And he's in heat number 2 of 13. We've already seen the fastest 3 heats. You could see Rory Huggins, 25.43, that's ridiculous, in heat number 2. Cracking time. And you could see him a little bit later on this afternoon. Again, the final starting from 2:30 p.m. The final session of the championships. Going to be all our finals, all the medals dished out. On to heat number 3. Shenton, Pierce Harrison, Hope Bandarian, Stevenson, Sanchez, Barker, Perry, Baker and Wake. And leads this time Alex Bandarian, leading through the halfway mark. Stevenson and Sanchez to his inside. Lane 9, Llewellyn Wake in the top 5, but it's another clear win. Alex Bandarian this time off Brunel. Tight for second and third. Goes the way of Sanchez, then Stevenson. In fact, it was Stevenson first. Little delay in the times coming up. 28.76 ahead of 28.91. And another good winning time. 27.29 for Bandarian of Brunel. In lane number 4, you have Vaughan, Spinks, Beale, Payne, Offila, Van der Schaal, Parker, Moniz, Watson and Mack. Are we going to see a tighter affair in Heat 4? Is somebody going to run away with it again? On the far side, lanes 7 and 8. They're out in front, lane 0, so it's going to be the two sides of the pool, lane 7, 8 and 0. That's Moniz, Watson and Vaughan. Who's going to get on the far side? It's going to be very tight. Yeah, indeed, 1,400 separating them. Moniz of Bradford gets it ahead of Watson in 8. And then lane 0, Thomas Vaughan, 28.89, good enough for third place. And Jane Simpson on the web chat, come on Northampton. And Saskia Ritty, all the way over in France. Go Alex Harrigan, from your girlfriend, isn't that lovely? Just a few days after Valentine's. And in Heat 5, Lowry, Evans, Chamberlain, Mitchell, Price, Smales, Simpson, Allsop, Caulfield and Langdon. And this time in 6, Cameron Simpson of Northampton with the lead into the final 15. Will Price and Eli Smales very tight. Lane 0, Conor Lowry of Portsmouth. He could take this away from Simpson, and he does indeed. 27.91, Conor Lowry of Portsmouth. Then comes Cameron Simpson in 28.14. Cameron Mitchell and Eli Smales tied on 29.16. And here we go then with heat number 6. Caponazzi, Williams, Sim, Frost, Enser, Clegg, Zalaf, Butcher, Marquis and the loved up Harrigan of Leicester in 9. Away, good start from lane number 2, Jake Sim. And lane 5, Liam Clegg of St Andrews, showing his worth in the centre. Far side, lane number 8, Clive Marquis. And a half a body length lead for Liam Clegg into the final few metres. Lane 0 again, Caponazzi. Can he take it on the line? He can't. It does go to Liam Clegg, 27.71. 11 hundredths behind is Caponazzi in lane 0. And then on the far side, lane 8 is Clive Marquis of Portsmouth, 27.85. Always exciting racing in these 50-metre heats. Got to get off to a good start, absolutely imperative. Heat 7, Goble, Woodard, Wellington, Buzid, Schindler, Takau, Westerman, Bibby, Saxon and Pilpot. Fastest entry, 27.8 from both Schindler and Takau. Halfway lead again, lane 0. What's in the water in lane 0? And then 6, 7 and 8, Westerman, Bibby, Saxon. Or can Josh Goble take it again from down on this near side? I think he does indeed, yeah, 27.54 for Goble. Then we go over to lane 6, Westerman. And again on the far side, Saxon in 8, 28.06, but the winning time, Goble, 27.54. On to heat number 8. From the near side, Metcalf, Birchall, Hutchins, Sharkey, Willett, Gaskin, Manship, Wood, Jackson and McHenry. .18 Lancaster's Thomas Willett. Lane number 5 at the halfway stage, Hannibal Gaskin of Exeter leading the way. Lane number 9, Callum McHenry. And lane 0, not again, surely, William Metcalf in lane 0. He takes it, my goodness me. What is in the water in lane 0? William Metcalf takes it, 27.08. Ahead of the far side, Callum McHenry of Bristol, 27.51. And then to Hannibal Gaskin, leader at the halfway stage of Exeter, settles for 3rd in heat number 8. And straight on to heat number 9. From the near side, Carroll, Broadbent, Hunter, Dancer, Jones, Ward, Newton, Young, Thomas Mansfield and Lowry. Good start again from the outside lanes, particularly Lucas Lowry of Sunderland over on the far side. He'll take the lead into the halfway mark. Lanes 4 and 5 struggling, particularly Daniel Jones of Gloucester, fastest on paper. And lanes 8 and 9, Jake, Thomas Mansfield and Lucas Lowry. Surely not another lane 0. Aidan Carroll this time from Plymouth. It is. That's 4 in a row from lane 0. 26.93, Aidan Carroll from Plymouth. Then we move to the inside, Jacob Ward, Bristol, lane 5. And then the far side, Jake Thomas Mansfield rounding out the top 3. All those 3 under 27 seconds. In heat 10, Lauder, Smith, Tidmarsh, Avram, Dixon, Jones, Smith, Emmons and Marisa. That's right, 3 Smiths, 3 different universities. My money is on James Lauder of Glasgow, simply because he is in lane 0. A much tighter race to the halfway mark. In fact, the central 8 lanes leading the outside lanes this time. Commentators curse, sorry boys. And right down the middle, not going to call this one. Is it going to be lane 4? Finally, Andreas Avram, Southampton. It goes to 8. George Emmons in 1. And then inside, Andreas Avram, Southampton. Fastest on paper comes 2nd place. And then Aaron Smith, University West of England. Lane number 3 takes 2nd, or 3rd, sorry. Lane number 2 takes 3rd. Final of the heats done now. That's the 50-metre butterfly all done. We now move on to the 100-metre backstrokes. We're going to start with the women. We'll see 4 heats in the women's, then 4 heats in the men's. We saw the, in inverted brackets, faster heats earlier in the session. Seems a long time ago now. It was a long time ago. Just a short break while we get the backstroke boards in place. So this is event number 511. This is the Women's Open 100-metre backstroke. We've got 4 heats to come. This is heat number 1. From the near side, Ella Cooper-Holm, Manchester Metropolitan, the S7 category. Then Cheyenne Barnes of Bedfordshire and Nicola Harris of Kiel. So entry times for heat number 1, 1:24 for Cheyenne Barnes, 1:25 Nicola Harris, and then a 1:36 for Manchester Ella Cooper-Holm in the S7 category. Got a 1:36. So Cheyenne Barnes looking like she's going to take heat number 1 fairly comfortably. And a clear 1-2-3 in the pool also. Again, 4 heats in total to come. And the time is 1:20.87 for Cheyenne Barnes, 4 seconds off the entry time. So good swim for her. 1:28.39 for Harris. So a little bit outside her entry time. It was a 1:36 for Cooper-Holm, so she's not going to make that one, but she'll round out heat number 1. And we'll go straight into heat number 2. Going to be contested by Claire Cashmore of Northumbria in the S9 category. And then Jimin Han of London, Charlotte Nash of Winchester, Georgia Hartley of Salford, Jess Feely of Kiel, Maria Carolina Magala of Queen Mary, Victoria Parrott of Kent, and Holly Ingle of Lincoln. Heat number 2, fastest on paper, Georgia Hartley of Salford in a 1:18. But the lead, as you can see, and it's a good lead for lane number 2. Jimin Han, 36.87 on the turn. Only a couple of other girls under 40 seconds. There's a cracking start from Han. Over in lane 6, Maria Carolina Magala currently leading, only just marginally Georgia Hartley of Salford in the middle lane. In 4. But Jimin Han, she's going to lead from the off and bring it home with no pressure whatsoever. And Carolina Magala will take second in a 1:20.22 ahead of Nash of Winchester. And Georgia Hartley, in fact, of course, was third, 1:20.79. But Jimin Han, the only lady under 1:20, and under it by some way as well. So on to heat number 3. Again, just the 4 heats. Then we're going to finish the session with the 400-metre freestyles. In heat 3, Westcliff of Sheffield, Gardner of East Anglia, Miller of Imperial, Ordington of Bangor, Sakira of Bedfordshire, Ray of Leeds, Fell of York, Bowden of Durham, Dickens of Southampton, and Davis of Durham. Cracking starts from lanes 3 and 5 in heat number 3. That's Charlotte Waddington and Sarah Ray. And they'll both take a good couple of second lead into the second 50. Yep, 2:07 back to Fell, 2:17 back to Gardner. Sakira and Bowden within 3 seconds. 3 seconds is a fair margin. We've only got 50 metres to go on the backstroke. It looks like it should be Charlotte Waddington's race to lose now into the final 20 metres. Sarah Ray being swallowed up in lane 5. And in fact, lane 1 now, Darcy Gardner coming through of East Anglia. She's going to take second place. The win will go to Charlotte Waddington. Second place to Darcy Gardner, who will get third in the end. It's Rosalind Fell. And in fact, our leader at the halfway stage comes home to bring home the field, going out a little bit too fast there. Straight on to our final heat, then heat number 4. Again, if you are just joining us, all of these heats you're hearing now in the lower numbers, we've already seen heats 5, 6 and 7 in this event. The later or fast heats are done earlier in the programme, and now we're doing these earlier heats, heats 1 to 4, and then we'll see heats 1 to 4 for the men's as well. So tricky for these heat competitors to get into the finals later on, because we've already seen the fastest time. The one advantage they do have, they already know the 10th fastest time to beat. So heat 4 from the near side. Solowski of Cardiff, Canning of St Andrews, Nansen of Leeds, Harris of Nottingham, Sutton of Bangor, Brain of Sheffield Hallam, Roberts of Cardiff, Porter of Bath, Osborne of Bournemouth and Beck of Leeds Beckett. Fourth and final heat, we'll see, in the women's 100 metre backstroke, event 511, remember. Then we will move on to the men's heat 512, or event 512. 3.5 hours into this session, it's getting to me. Very hot up here at the back, hot all around the pool. I'd much rather be inside than out today, I think. So we're underway, heat number 4. Jessica Sutton of Bangor, 109.11 on paper. Yasmin Brown, Sheffield Hallam, 109.66. The only 2 women under 110, in fact, in all of these 4 heats we're seeing. And they do lead from the front. Elizabeth Harris, she came in with a 110.84. She may be second into the turn. Brown and Harris, 900 separating them. A second behind Sutton. Roberts and Porter within 2. But lane 4, Jessica Sutton of Bangor. Entry time again, 109.11. Streaking away, nobody's going to catch her with 15 to go. Yasmin Brown of Sheffield Hallam comfortably in second with 10 to go. Then we've got a really good race on for third place in heat number 4 between Elizabeth Harris and Annie Lane on the far side. So the win goes to Sutton in 107.88, in fact. Brown a 110.9, outside 110 for second place, and third eventually goes to Elizabeth Harris, a 113.07, 1/10 ahead of Ellen Nason in 2 of Leeds. But 107.88, by some way the fastest time we saw in those 4 heats. Bangers at Jessica Sutton. And now we move straight on to the men's after the women have cleared the pool. This is event 512. The men's 100 metre backstroke. Heat number 1. We'll see Joseph Craig of Northumbria in the S8 category. Joshua Monaghan-Coombs of Bath in the S9, Alex Hurd of Manchester, Peter Davis of Aberystwyth, and Uladesi Adefisan of Nottingham in the S9 category. So a good halfway lead for Hurd. Turns in 32.75. Peter Davis of Aberystwyth in 5, closest man turn, but no chip time for him or no board time for him at the end of 50 metres. So let's just hope that's operating at the opposite end of the pool. So Alex Hurd's going to come through, winning time 107.09. 8 seconds quicker than the entry. Here comes Peter Davis of Aberystwyth. A 1:17 on the button. A 1:20.28 from the S9 athlete Adefisan of Nottingham. And then a 1:29.74 for Northumbria's Joseph Craig in the S8. Not forgetting Monaghan Coombs in the S9 of Bath, a 1:21.53. So no entry times broken in that one. Sorry, Alex Hurd, the only entry time broken in that one. And not only broken, it was broken by 8 seconds. So on to heat number 2 of 4. From the near side, Michael Taylor of Cardiff in the S10 category. Ross Acklam of Strathclyde. Stephen McQuillan of Liverpool John Moore. Ben McMullen of Leicester. Alexander Cragg of Kent. Johnny Day of Bristol. Callum Connolly of Durham. Dylan Bucock of Bangor. Jed Campbell-Williams of Brunel and Luke Williams of London. Fastest entry, Kent's Alexander Cragg, a 1:07.5. 3 other men under 1:10, McMullen, Day and Connolly. And just responding on the chat to Dan Williams, he asking what's the 10th time they have to beat. So if you look on the BUCS website, they've got all the live results. I haven't got the top 10 in front of me in order, but if you have a look through the last 3 heats, or the first 3 heats we saw earlier in the session, you could probably calculate fairly quickly the time they do need to beat. Again, keep your eye on the website. Everything will be updated there, pretty much in live timing. And look at that, 0.41 separating the first 4 at the halfway stage in heat number 2. It's not necessarily the 4 you'd expect looking at the entry paperwork, because lane number 8, Jed Campbell-Williams, has taken a march on lanes 4 and 5, Cragg and Day. And with 10 to go, he's not going to get caught. Cragg will be the closest to him, but the win is going to go to lane number 8, Jed Campbell-Williams. So 1:06.84, wonderful time, 1:08.38 in reply from Day. There's a time missing from Cragg there. And here it comes, it was a 1:07.97 for second place. Day in 1:08.38 for third. And then Jed Campbell-Williams over on the far side in lane 8, 1:06.84. Another good time, another chap 7 seconds off his entry. Halfway through this event already, just heats 3 and 4 to come. Heat number 3, you're going to see Hang Cheng of Kiel, Lindsay of Cardiff Metropolitan, Harrington of Exeter, Rhodes of Salford, Langdon of Coventry, Sayedi of Newcastle, Iso Ocampo of Southampton, Eshelby of York, Reed of St Andrews and Taylor of York. This is heat number 3. That's a significant lead at the halfway stage. Ahead of Shelby, 1.44 behind. 5 athletes within 2 seconds. But Matthew Langdon of Coventry, his entry time was a 105, equal to Adam Sayedi of Newcastle, 105. But leaving Sayedi for dust is Langdon. It's all going to be about the time. Could still get into a final with a time like this. 103.16. Might not be good enough, but a good winning time in the heat. Second place goes to Charlie Eshelby of York over in lane 7, and then Ben Rhodes of Salford to the side of Langdon, a 106.02. So wonderful times. Jack Lindsay, a 106.41. All cracking times. Heat 4, final heat to come now, and then we move on to our 400 metre freestyle events to close out the session. In Heat 4, from the near side, Williams of East Anglia, Boyd of Northampton, Llewellyn of Sunderland, Owen of East Anglia, Jones of Lancaster, Clifford of Exeter, Elias of St George's, Moores of Imperial, Causton of Sheffield and Ramsey of Newcastle. Fastest entry, 102.88. Cameron Jones of Lancaster, 200ths behind Clifford of Exeter, 102.9. Another strong lead from lane number 4. Keep her on lane number 8, Jack Causton of Sheffield. Not going to be far behind. 0.84, then another 0.88 Owen and Boyd. And Boyd very close. Cameron Jones to the lane rope, really rubbing it with his shoulder, incredibly tight. Is that going to slow him down? Really against the rope. My goodness, you don't see that too often. Being encouraged to move away from it from this support to the side of me. Is it going to affect him? Is it going to take the win away from him? I don't think so. He does get it, 102.63. Boyd takes a 103.22 for second place. And on the far side, Jack Causton, 104.64 for third. Thomas Owen also under 104.97, and in fact the winner of that one, Cameron Jones of Lancaster, has been disqualified. So the win goes to Thomas Boyd. My goodness, he said it was close. He's rubbed up against the rope. So a DQ for the winner of the heat, Cameron Jones. So Boyd takes the win with a 103.22, Causton second and Owen third. And now we move on to our next event. Event 513 is the women's open 400 metre freestyle. In lanes 3 and 4, you've got Grace Harvey of Manchester in the S6 category and Emma Perry of Kiel. Harvey's time of 5:29.66 coming in, Perry's 5:06.71. So into the final 100 here in heat number 1, the women's 400 metre freestyle. It's Harvey that leads Perry by 5 seconds. In fact, Perry's entry time 23 seconds quicker than Harvey. So not going to be the case in the pool whatsoever here in Heat 1. As Harvey's going to turn for home with a little bit of clear water. Harvey swimming in the S6 category, the Manchester athlete. And it's an 8.37 second lead into that final 50. Again, if you are just tuning in for the 400s, we've got 4 heats in both the men's and the women's. The final heat will be for the medals. And then from 2:30 onwards this afternoon, come back to us because it's session 6 and we have all of our finals. No less than a dozen events for medals to be picked up. And here back in the pool in heat number 1, Grace Harvey's going to take it in just under 6 minutes, 5:29.23. And then Perry from Kiel will come through to conclude heat number 1. And we'll waste no time in getting on with heat number 2. In fact, in the men's 400 metre freestyle, there's 5 heats, so heat 5 will see the medals distributed, and in the women's, it's 4 heats. So heat number 4. So heat number 2 from the near side, Hannah Blake, Cardiff Metropolitan, Nicola Lawrence, Portsmouth, Amy McCulloch, Queen's Belfast, Sophie Peggs of Warwick, Sarah Chapman of Oxford, Tilly Thuringer of Manchester, Rachel Hawkins, Manchester Metropolitan, and Paige Hayden, Exeter. So the swimmers just being asked to stand down. And the reason being, you may have heard that through the tannoy, but there's a bit of flash photography at the start by poolside. Doesn't help anybody. So we don't have Rachel Hawkins and Manchester Metropolitan. Fastest entry in the heat, a 4:52.4, Sophie Peggs of Warwick. And then Sarah Chapman of Oxford, 4:53. 6 athletes inside 5 minutes. Let's pick this back up at around about the halfway mark. Just got to come back and say, lovely support on the stream for Nicola Lawrence of Pompey. She's in this heat, lane number 2. Entry time 4:56, so on paper only a couple of seconds behind, but as we've seen already today and yesterday, all over the weekend, we take the entry times with a little pinch of salt. So thanks to Neil and Copy and Paste for your support of Nicola. If you want to get involved and support any of the athletes, just leave a message on the stream. If you minimise the screen to the right hand side, there's a chat box, pop something in there, I'll read out as many as I can. So clearly 2 out in front. Sophie Peggs and Paige Hayden. Then behind, another pairing of Sarah Chapman and Tilly Thuringer. With 100 to go, it's going to take something pretty special to catch these two in heat number 2. Again, several entry times under 5 minutes. So it'll be Paige Hayden to turn for home for the final time and do it first. Lead of a couple of seconds. It's actually 3.33 over Peggs. That's grown from 50 metres prior. And into the final 25. She's pretty much got this one wrapped up. Good battle on for third place between Chapman and Thuringer. Amy McCulloch could still get involved in that race for third place. In lane 1, Hannah Blake coming through as well, but the win does go to Paige Hayden. A 4:54 is a cracking time. And Sophie Peggs also goes under 5 minutes with a 4:58.94. In lane 5, Sarah Chapman just going to beat Thuringer to the line of Manchester, a 5:08.43, both going under 5:10. But a 4:54.3 from Paige Hayden. Wonderful time from the far side, lane 8. She had nobody to her left or her right. We move on to heat number 3. Sarah Collin of Bath on the near side, Fiona Cash of Ulster, Daisy Hill East Anglia, Chantal Smith of Stirling, Millie Emmons of Surrey, Philidia Britton of University College London, Georgie Milton Nottingham, Ella Corby Oxford, Caitlin Paulson Sunderland and Lois Ross Strathclyde. 4 minutes 24 was the entry try from Millie Ems, and University College London's Philida Britton a 4:25.5. So we expect some faster finishing times in this one. And then we'll move on to our heat number 4, which is our timed final. Gold, silver and bronze for the top 3 in heat number 4. We'll catch up with heat 3 at the halfway mark. So a bit of a tighter heat through halfway. In fact, just 150 to go now. Britton ahead of Emmons and Smith. Hill within 6.3. And you could draw a nice diagonal line through the front four from lane 5 down to lane 2. Just those involved in a little flurry of a little pack of 3 in lane 6, 7 and 8 swimming together. These 4 come in sync. It'll be Philidia Britton, Georgie Milton, Chantal Smith and Daisy Hill. And Chantal Smith maybe just now eating into that second place of Millie Emmons. But Philidia Britton maintains her lead with just 50 to go. And the lead now 4.29. Very difficult for Emmons to catch. Smith plus Southern. Daisy Hill now a little bit too far back. But a wonderful swim from Philidia Britton, University College London. Entry time of 4:25.5. That's going to be incredibly tight. She's just going to go under it maybe. 4:24.55. Good win for Britton. Millie Emmons coming in next, 4:30, just outside. And of course Chantal Smith and Daisy Hill round out the top 4 from lanes 5, 4, 3, 2. In comes Georgia Milton and a 4:40, but a 4:24.59 of Philidia Britton, University College London. A good win in heat number 3. Unfortunately, it's not heat number 4, so no medals on the line. But coming up next, of course, we do have so heat number 4. Now a heat declared winners timed final. From the near side, Alice Alcaraz of Aberdeen, Madeleine Crompton of Bath, Monique Olivier of Edinburgh, Amber Keegan Sheffield, Catherine Greenslade Edinburgh, Abby Wood Loughborough, Izzy Griffiths Birmingham, Emily Clark Loughborough, Madge Howardson Stirling, Abigail Burr Swansea. This is the women's 400 metre freestyle heat number 4 and the timed final. So pretty tight through 100. Abby Wood, very small advantage in the early stages. And those centre 6 lanes, incredibly tight indeed. Even in these early stages through the first 150, there's generally somebody out a couple of metres in front, but not so. Catherine Greenslade entry time of 4:09.78. Abby Wood was right on 4:10, and then you jump to 4:14 and a 4:15 for Amber Keegan and Izzy Griffiths. They're the 4 centre lanes, of course. But everything up for grabs when there's medals on the line. And it's Abby Wood. It still retains the lead from the first 100. She'll lead at the halfway stage. Then we have Greenslade. Then Monique Olivier. And Emily Clark in 7. And McKeegan very close behind also. So you can see there on the top right-hand corner, 1.42 and 6.7 back to Greenslade to Olivier. And then 4 within 2.5 seconds. So over the halfway mark. That's got a little bit tighter through the 5th 50. Less than a second now back to Greenslade. Olivia and Clark still within 3. Keegan dropping off the pace slightly. Griffiths, Compton and Burr with plenty to do. 150 to go. So Abby Wood, she's led at every single checkpoint so far. And she's going to lead into the final 100. The lead again out beyond a second, 1.32. Olivier and Clark now beyond 3.5. So the gap between the top two is staying the same around about. And then back to the bronze. And the remaining positions is growing. So we have a 2-woman race at the front. Greenslade of Edinburgh chasing Wood of Loughborough. Loughborough top of the score leaderboard in the overall swimming competition here at BUCS. The long course champions. And now down to 1:08. And this is a race for a medal between these two. It's a race for a gold medal. Greenslade and Wood. Wood, she's led throughout the entire race. She leads into the last 25. Heartbreak for her if Greenslade can come back in these last few metres. It's getting closer and closer into the final 10, into the final 5. I think Wood is going to hold on for the gold medal in the women's 400 metre freestyle. She does indeed. A 4:14.62 beats a 4:15.45, and the bronze will go to Monique Olivier. She held on to that 3rd position. She was ahead of 2 or 3 athletes for the last 200 metres, but she does just hold on. So congratulations to Loughborough, another gold medal in the bag, 4:14.62, the winning time for Abby Wood. Silver in 4:15.45 for Greenslade. And the bronze, Monique Olivier, Edinburgh. So at Edinburgh, silver, bronze, in a 4:21.84. And now we have a swim off. So this is a swim off for the men's 100 metre freestyle in lanes 4 and 5. So ignore for the moment the names on your screen. So these two chaps tied in the timings from the heats. So they race against each other one more time to see who's going to make it for the 10th and final place in that 100 metre freestyle. And it's between, in lane 4, Alan Lee, University College London, and Michael Jones, British swimming in the S7 category. In fact, I don't want to confirm those names just yet. They might have been from the previous race that was up on the board, so ignore those for now. And just keep your eye on the racings. There we go, Neil Wiley of Manchester Metropolitan, Rory Hughes of Huggins of Surrey in 5. And it's going to go to Neil Wiley. It's very close in the heats, very close again. So Wiley gets it, Manchester Metropolitan 52.52. Rory Huggins of Surrey in 5, a 52.75. So just beyond 2/10 separating them in that race off. Nothing to separate them in the heats. So Wiley goes through to the 100 metre freestyle final. So we'll see him a little bit later on this afternoon. Those finals all starting from 2:30 p.m. If that changes, we'll let you know, but that's a to be confirmed time. And now, of course, we can go back to the men's 400 metre freestyle. This is event 514. And in heat number 1, Michael Taylor of Cardiff in lane 3 in the S10 category. Alan Lee, University College London in 4. Michael Jones, British Swimming in the S7 category. And Joshua Grob of De Montfort goes in 6 in the S8 category. So 250 metre mark. Jones stretching the lead over the last 50, out to 3.94 over Lee. Jones, remember, a guest of British Swimming in the S7 category. Lee, University College London, with the fastest entry time of 4:44. But a good 7 or 8 metres behind here as we go into the final 100. And then lying in third place, Michael Taylor of Cardiff in the S10. And then Joshua Grob of De Montfort in the S8 category. So once again, good time to let you know if you are coming down to poolside for the finals later. If you're going to be with us here live, then Cookery, one of our partners for the event, are selling all their merchandise. As you enter the seating arena, you cannot miss them. They're going to be right in front of you if you're coming along. Of course, get your merchandise, bits and pieces. You've got the heat press there as well, so they can press on the name of the competition, etc., onto your jerseys and tops. Camp America also here. So if you wanted the opportunity to be a lifeguard or a swimming teacher out in the US, you can have a chat with them. And in lane 5, Michael Jones of British Swimming is going to take the win in the heat. Under 5 minutes of a 4:54. So outside his entry time. But a good bit of training in the pool. In lane 4, Alan Lee is just going to outtouch Michael Taylor. That was an interesting last 100 metres. They were fairly distance apart going into that final 100. And then we'll wait for Joshua Grob of de Montfort in the S8 category. A 5:11 on his entry, so outside that as well. But he rounds out heat number 1. So 5 heats in total, the 5th of which is where we'll distribute the medals, as we did with the ladies previously. So on to heat number 2. From the near side, Harry Buttle of Surrey, George Russell of Leeds Beckett, Christopher Harbour Southampton, Jack Dorland Durham, Matthew Johnson Oxford, Jonathan Booth British Swimming in the S9 category, Stuart Evans of Newcastle, Sam Chandler Portsmouth, and then on the far side Exeter teammates Jordan Young and Manto Tai. 4:25 fastest entry, Matthew Johnson, lane 4 of Oxford. Halfway stage in heat number 2. It's lanes 5 and 6. Jonathan Booth and Stuart Evans with a very small advantage. In lane number 8 on the far side, Jordan Young of Exeter. On the near side, Harry Buttle, Surrey. In lanes 3 and 4, Jack Dorland and Matthew Johnson. So plenty to play for now with 150 to go. Turn almost together. Evans just 1600ths ahead of Booth. Young 1.56 behind. Then come Buttle, Dorland and Johnson. 4.19 to chase down over 150 metres. And we've seen them chase down a lot more than that in the previous heats and finals over the last couple of days. Again, it's been a long weekend and it's coming to a conclusion from 2:30 p.m. onwards. Plenty of sports going on around the venues for the BUCS National Weekend. And in March, of course, we've got BUCS Big Wednesday. Again, a multi-sport event across many, many venues. But we're going to be bringing you the action live from Ponds Forge poolside right until the very last swim, until the very last medal's won. And the field's been split now a little more. Still those two together in Booth and Evans in 5 and 6. In lane number 8, Jordan Young in that top 3. Again, just prize to play for, can't qualify for the final. That's going to be heat number 5. So just 100 separating them. They look like they turned closely, but now moving away in 6 is Stuart Evans of Newcastle. And back comes Jordan Young, even closer from Exeter. Could he even catch Jonathan Booth in the last 15 metres? It's going to be very tight, but the win is going to go to Stuart Evans of Newcastle. Fantastic battle throughout with Jonathan Booth, guest of British Swimming, again in the S9 category, and there comes Jordan Young. So very tight for the first 200 metres, and those 3 pulled away. Evans pulling out the best in the last 50 metres as they turned 100th of a second apart. And in the end wins by over 1 full second. And Jordan Young bringing home 3rd place in heat number 2. Now we move on to heat number 3 of 5. From the near side, Marcus Johnson of Lancaster, George Alton of Leeds, Ben Tritton of Surrey, Tom Thorpe of Manchester Metropolitan, Jay Snowden Cardiff Metropolitan, Marshall Illingworth of Glasgow, Matthew Sylvester of Salford, Michael McLennan, Nottingham Trent, Lewis White, Manchester Metropolitan in the S9 category, and Oliver Carter Stirling S10 category. On the chat box on the stream, Kath Carter, I'm guessing when you say go Ollie, you're talking about Oliver Carter. I've put 2 and 2 together, I've made 4 hopefully. Cheering on Oliver Carter here in lane number 9 from Stirling in the S10 category. And then Neil Murphy giving a shake for Sam Chandler. Was of course in our previous heat number 2. Sorry, I was a bit late there for you, Neil. Sam Chandler in lane 7 in heat 2, and then we'll pick up heat number 3 in another 100 metres time at the halfway stage. Halfway stage, leader in lane 0, Marcus Johnson of Lancaster. And 3 swinging side by side in lanes 2, 3 and 4, Ben Tritton, Tom Thorpe and Jay Snowden. In lanes 5 and 6, Marshall Illingworth, Matthew Sylvester, neck and neck also. So Marcus Johnson, entry time 4:20 on the button. Fastest was Jay Snowden, Cardiff Metropolitan, a 4:13.15. Then a 4:15 from Marshall Illingworth. And lane 3, Tom Thorpe now coming through in that 5th 50. And he and Ben Tritton will turn together As Marcus Johnson falls down to third place here in Heat 3. Going to be neck and neck into the final 100. Just 3/10 separating Thorpe and Britton. Johnson 1.38 back now, Snowden 2.21. Illingworth with work to do beyond 3 seconds. So very tight stuff indeed. And they turn together 0.29 seconds apart with 100 to go. With 50 to go, it's down to 0.1 second. Johnson's out to 0.149. Snowden still within 3. But look at this, it was 0.29 with 100 to go. It was 0.1 with 50 to go. And it's still very tight. I think Tritton might be just be coming through in the last 10 metres, giving it absolutely everything. He's going to win by an arm's length in the end. 40 or 4.1705 Ben Tritton over Thorpe, 4.1770. So in the end, 0.65 difference. And then comes Marcus Johnson, the early leader, holding on to take third place in heat number 3. But a good win from Ben Tritton and a great race between those two. Tritton and Thorpe throughout, neck and neck for 390 metres. And then Tritton just pulled away in the last 10. We move on to heat number 4. So the penultimate heat. And the penultimate heat of the entire session, in fact. Heat number 5 of this event will, of course, be our effective final and medals distributed. But in heat 4 from the near side, Bailey Hairsign of Manchester, Kyle Griebert of Leeds, Joe Dobb of BUCS, Jax Bonsell of Cambridge, Birmingham teammates Liam Snook and Will Slawson in 4 and 5, Charlie Hopkins of Swansea in 6, Elliot Pickford Manchester Metropolitan in 7, Alex Crossland-Robbins of Stirling in 8, and Rhys Llewellyn of Sunderland in 9. Fastest entry 4:03.88 from Snook of Birmingham, and his teammate 4:04.3, Will Slawson. So halfway stage, and as you were in heat number 3, really very tight indeed. Lanes 0, 3 and 5 particularly neck and neck. And you've got lanes 2, 4 and 6 neck and neck. And don't discount lane number 8 either, Alex Crossland-Robbins. But for now, the two men out in front, lanes 3 and 5, just ahead of 0. So Lawson, Bonsell, Hairsign, Snook, Dobb, Hopkins and Crossland-Robbins all within 2.71. And then a bit of a gap out to Pickford. And now Liam Snook coming through the centre, trying to get right between his teammate Will Slawson and Cambridge's Jack Bonsell. And it's Slauson with the advantage into the final 100. Still ahead of Bonsell, then Snook. Hessin and Dobney, the only others within 3. Hopkins and Crossland Robbins within 4. And again, a bit more of a gap then into the remaining competitors. So the 3 in the centre, 3, 4 and 5, also down in lane 0. Bailey Hairsong, we've seen so many wins in the heats from lane 0 throughout this entire session. We had 4 in a row at one point in the 50-metre men's butterflies. And now we get even tighter and tighter into the final stages. And it's Slauson still ahead of Snook and Bonsell. Incredibly tight indeed for the entire event and right through to the end. But Slauson takes it 4:08.82, 4:09.48 for Jack Bonsell. Snook just outside 4:10 in 4:10.32. Well, what a wonderful heat there from those 3 in the centre. And Bailey Hairsine does wrap up 4th place for a top 4, 4:12.4. So it's those 4 involved throughout. But Slauson was the man leading the charge for the entire 400 and held on to it right at the end when it mattered. And now we move on to heat number 5. This is the final race. Once we've got Kyle Greenwood of Leeds come in to round out the heat. Not the best heat for him. And now we can move on to heat number 5. And this is our timed final. So from the near side, Harley Benchies of Edinburgh, Jack McMillan Ulster, Ada Hosanna Edinburgh, Tom Derbyshire Bath, Sam Bird Sheffield Hallam, Tim Shuttleworth Loughborough, Duncan Scott Stirling, William Riley Bath, Max Murphy Loughborough and Martin McInnes Strathclyde. Entry times just 100th of a second separating Sam Bird of Sheffield Hallam ahead of Tim Shuttleworth. Bird in 3:50.69. You can guess the next one, Shuttleworth in 3:50.7. Then Derbyshire of Bath in 3:51.54. And then we jump 5 seconds and beyond to Duncan Scott of Stirling and the remainder of the field. But it's McMillan down in lane number 1 with a 10th of a second lead early on. The man from Ulster, 3:57.57 coming in. So there's only one time, in fact, outside 4 minutes. It's only 10 seconds in total, separating at least 9 in the pool. And look at that, this is the tightest heat we've seen by some margin. Still got McMillan out in front. And then 3, 4, 6 and 7, Derbyshire, Bird, Scott and Riley. Shuttleworth, although only 100th behind, not taking part even in the final. So again we go to lane 1, it's McMillan. 100 metres ago it was a 0.1 lead, now it's a 0.23 lead. Budd in 4th, Riley and Scott all within 1.2. So again, 5 lanes, neck and neck, but still McMillan out in front. So the halfway stage, plenty of work still to be done. 5 men currently chasing those 3 medals on offer. McMillan led the entire 200 thus far, still leads at 2:25. In 3, Tom Derbyshire may have just taken a smidge on this. He has indeed, and now McMillan finds himself 0.13 behind. But with 150 to go, that's the equivalent of neck and neck. Then Scott, Budd, Riley. Those 3 in lanes 4, 6 and 7. If any of them, it's Duncan Scott of Stirling that's going to come through into this final 100. And we do now have 3 out front, with Budd and Riley trailing. So Derbyshire, McMillan and Scott all within 1.42. Another 1.5 out to Riley and Budd, separated by just a tenth. The remainder of the pool, unfortunately, look like they may be out of this one, left too much too late. And now look at this, lanes 3 and 6 going at it. That's Derbyshire and Scott. Just 0.73 separating. McMillan still hanging on in there, 1.88. I'd love him to get a medal. He's led for 300 metres almost. And in lane 6, Duncan Scott of Stirling. He's leading Tom Derbyshire of Bath for the bronze medal. Still looks like it's going to be Jack McMillan of Ulster. On the far side, lane 7, William Riley of Bath coming through as well. But lane 6, Duncan Scott's going to take it in the last 100 metres. Good time for him, 3:56. Silver will go to Derbyshire, and the bronze, on paper it says William Riley. I think that might be a mistake. I'm sure Jack McMillan touched first. His time's not come up. There we go, confirmed. Jack McMillan third in 3:58.53. So the gold to Duncan Scott in 3:56.02. The silver to Derbyshire, 3:56.88. And then Jack McMillan, leader for 300 metres. It's worth it in the end. He takes home a bronze medal back to Ulster. But the gold goes to Stirling, the silver to Bath. So Stirling closed the gap on the overall points positions. Of course, as a championship, there are points for every single medal. And that'll come to a conclusion in session number 6. But that is it for session number 5. We started at 9 AM. Thank you if you joined us all the way throughout. It was a long session. So go and have a break now. We'll be back around about 2:30. And we'll be live from 2:20, of course. Join us for session 6. All the finals coming up from 2:30 PM. See you shortly.